All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case CBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimian Jakub Krasniqi.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. Today we continue with the cross-examination of witness 3724. Before I start, can I confirm whether there's any last-minute changes to the estimated time, Mr. Roberts?
No, Your Honor, I think I should still be around about an hour this morning.
Thank you. Mr. Ellis?
We are forth with this witness again, and I think probably an hour or less.
Okay, all right. Mr.
No
Emerson?
change to my estimate.
You're finished already.
Sorry?
Nothing, go ahead.
I anticipate 30 to 45 minutes. 30 to 45 minutes, Mr.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Emerson, I couldn't quite hear you.
There's no change to my estimate, which was 90 minutes.
Okay. It would be very helpful if we could finish this witness today so he doesn't have to wait a week to finish up. So try to organize yourself towards that end. After next week, we will have 3 more weeks of court time. Would the SPO please, by close of business tomorrow, provide us with a list of witnesses in order for that 3-week block of hearings?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right. There appears to be nothing else but to begin. So you, Madam Court Usher, you may please bring in the witness.
I did just want to follow up on one thing, Your Honor, and that is the discussion we had at the end of yesterday where Mr. Emerson made a request to reclassify the legal discussion about the Rule 143 ruling of the panel. We have conferred, I believe we have an agreement. We just want to make sure that we have the proper transcript page sites and line sites for any redaction within the reclassified public document. We'll have that for you after the next break.
Good morning, Your Honor, Court.
We are ready to continue with your cross-examination at this time. Mr. Roberts will continue as he began yesterday. You are still under the obligation to tell the truth as set out in your solemn declaration that you recited yesterday. I remind you to please answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will do their best to clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. Speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds prior to answering. You were doing a good job of that yesterday, so continue. We'll try to get everybody else to do that as well. If you feel the need to take breaks, make an indication and an accommodation will be made. Go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, witness. I hope you're well rested. We were discussing yesterday your comments in your SBO statement on the level of organisation of the KLA. And in your statement at paragraph 20, I'm just going to quote it. Don't need to put it on the screen. General was the only military rank which I heard used in relation to the KLA and only in respect of Drini, and they did not use badges of rank. But I was clear that they had a hierarchical command system. I think I quoted that to you yesterday. Indeed, they were keen to be seen as an organised army, which operated openly in uniform within the territory which it controlled. Do you recall saying that to the SPA?
Yes, I do.
And why were they so keen to be seen as organised, in your view?
Perhaps for two reasons. One is for the KLA to present themselves in the best possible light to international organizations, including ourselves, the KVM, but also internationally in Washington and in London and Berlin and so on. So the greater organization that they could present, or a picture of organization, the more effective their relationships would be.
Just, sorry to interrupt you there, and we'll get to the second point in a minute, but was the purpose behind that to encourage those states to assist or intervene on the side of the KLA? Was it a public relations exercise, if I could give that terminology?
I think
Objection, foundation, I think he's asking for what the KLA's purpose was, and I'm not sure this witness has that knowledge.
Your objection is overruled. Go ahead with your question, or your answer, whichever. Maybe repeat the question, Mr. Roberts.
Certainly, Your Honour. So was the purpose behind this presenting of the KLA in the best possible light to international organisations, the KVM and Washington, London and Berlin, so I assume you mean obviously national governments, in order to encourage them to intervene and assist the KLA? I
think public relations would be a large part of it, but also in terms of international relations. They would understandably, naturally, wish to be seen as an organization which could be dealt with, which could be negotiated with, and therefore would have a stronger voice.
Yes, it's to demonstrate legitimacy in the eyes of those international institutions. Is that fair?
Yes.
And therefore, there was an incentive, was there not, a clear incentive to, if not exaggerate, but certainly to demonstrate to the highest level, to you and to other internationals around, that they were organised, whether or not that reflected the reality on the ground?
Yes.
Were they keen to demonstrate to you the communication systems that they had?
Could I just add, you were going to ask me the second aspect of why...
Of course, please go on to the second aspect, yes.
I would say from my fairly extensive dealings with Albanian people and with KLA veterans after the war, that it was partly in terms of national character and national psychology that they wished their force to be seen as honourable and as representing national glory, if you like. They had a very strong national character, patriotic feeling, and that was very obvious.
Thank you. And just moving back onto the communications, I think the question that just before that answer, were they keen to demonstrate to you the communication systems that they had?
No, I don't think so. My comments in my statement about communications systems are based on my own observations. I don't, it may have happened, but I don't particularly remember a time when a member of the KLA was anxious for me to see their ability to pass messages, for example. Certainly, I did see them pass messages, and they would tell me that they had passed messages, but it wasn't to make a point.
Yes, actually, one of the examples you use in relation to the ability to pass messages and your view as to how that impacted upon your assessment of the level of organisation of the KLA was in the Battle of Rue Brava, was it? Rundu Brava at the end of February 1999. And the example was you having to go and send a message to a two-man firing team to pause firing. Do you recall that example in your statement? I can obviously do it in more detail, but in general terms, do you recall that example?
Yes, I did. It wasn't a case of anyone saying to me, here's a specific message, I wish you to convey this to soldier X. It was that I was informed through the KVM radio net that Commander Drini had instructed the firing to cease, and therefore I, along with my colleague, had confidence in going to a soldier and telling him truthfully, Commander Drini has ordered you to stop. But that was partly me in the loop, and we couldn't have done that without being trusted.
Yes, but in your example, that demonstrates that obviously there was not the ability to communicate to those units on the ground without using you as an intermediary, if I can use that term.
In this particular example, that soldier or soldiers appeared not to have any radios in their possession.
Okay. And in terms of checkpoints, I think you discussed these in your statement, but you only ever saw two of them, two physical checkpoints, I think, in your area in CC1 during the time that you were there. I think that's paragraph 29 of your statement. I can just read it out for the record just to see if that's correct. But other former CC1 members could give other examples, but as far as I remember, I personally only saw two examples of physical checkpoints or roadblocks operated by the KLA, and then you give information on the locations of those. That was correct, wasn't it? You only ever saw two physical checkpoints in the sense that one would understand them.
I was only ever stopped at those two locations. I was aware of other locations, and in fact, I had seen others from a distance, set back from the road. For example, on the track between the road to Malasheva, there was a side road going off to a village which was important to the KLA called Dragobil or Dragobilye, and there was a visible checkpoint there, but I don't recall ever myself having to pass that checkpoint. And I'm sure there were others I was aware of but didn't affect me.
Okay, but in the entire 4 months that you were in CC1 between November 1998 and 19th of March 1999, there were only those two physical checkpoints that you directly witnessed. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. I saw others, for example, the example I've given.
But you only stopped at those two?
As far as I recall, yes.
Okay. I'd just like to move on to another area now, and Your Honour, I just have to move very briefly into private session for one name.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer, to protect witness and witnesses.
Your Honours, we're in public session.
Thank you. You can proceed.
So, witness, in paragraph 76 of your statement, you explained your SBO statement, so that's P392. As noted in my statement to the ICTY, among the people we met in Terpeza, my colleague recognised one man as 10. I don't know if 10 was a person or a department, but it obviously meant something to my colleague, and I assumed that it was related to the KLA's intelligence services. Do you remember saying that to the SBO?
Yes.
And in your previous draft statement, to your statement in confidence to the ICTY, so that's P407, you had phrased it in this way. You explained at Terpeza, so this is at page, for the record, 067047, and that's exhibit P407. At Terpeza, we met several KLA personnel, including one gentleman wearing civilian clothes and spectacles who was unknown to me, but who my colleague recognized as a high-level representative of 10, a KLA intelligence cell. And lastly, in the OSCE Kosovo Verification Mission Incident Report, so that's P406, you described that your colleague recognized one male as being the KLA Chief Secret Operations. So for the record, that's P406 at U0079613. Do you recall all of those different references to this entity, if I can use that expression?
Yes, apart from the reference to the incident report, which I didn't see until it was shown to me by the SBO. I don't recall seeing it at the time. There are errors in it based on my interview with somebody actually from the MUP liaison department of KVM. Therefore, the phrase that I've just heard you using was not necessarily from me, or it may have been an interpretation or a misinterpretation of what I said at the time.
A misinterpretation by who? This is the individual taking the report?
Could you please repeat those words from the...
Certainly. I can put it up on the screen if that's easier, and then we can all see it. So this is P406. Court officer, if we could put that up on the screen, and that's at reference U0079613, about 9 or 10 lines from the bottom. But this is confidential because it does reveal the name of the individual that I'm referring to as your colleague, so it shouldn't be for public view. And obviously, witness, if you read it or refer to it, please don't use that name in public session. Thank you. Do you see it on the screen there, witness? And if we scroll to the bottom, actually, sorry, near to the end, and there's a sentence that starts, the commander in Terpeza was Toppy. Young did not recognize anyone, but his colleague recognized one male as being the KLA Chief Secret Operations. Do you see that line there?
Yes, I do. There are, I think, two separate individuals referred to in the incident report. The one further up the page where it refers to Reti or Retimni is a different place from Terpeza.
You're right. And are you saying that the individual recognized as 10 was in Retimli, or am I misunderstanding?
Well, I may have been mistaken in linking 10 to Terpeza.
Understood.
But I'm certain that the man we spoke to at Reti
Your colleague? Oh, sorry.
No,
My apologies.
the KLA representative that we spoke to in Reti did identify himself to us as the chief of information in that local KLA cell or organization, chief of information, which I think based on my previous experience in the Balkans, I rightly or wrongly interpreted information as being intelligence. He wasn't somebody dealing with public relations, press releases and that sort of thing. So that was the man in Reti, and then we met other people at Terpeza on the first visit to Terpeza.
Right, and this report actually doesn't refer to 10 at all, does it?
Oh, this report was not drafted by me. It was
No.
partly based on a slightly flawed interview with me, and I never saw this at the time.
Right, but when you say a slightly flawed interview with you, what do you mean a flawed interview with you? If you could...
Yeah. The interview got off to a difficult start. It was a Royal Canadian Mounted Police female officer accompanied by somebody from our RC1 Human Rights Department. But the Royal Canadian Mounted Police officer was at the time working in the MUP relations or MUP liaison department. In other words, her job was police liaison with the Serbian police. So my concern, and I should add to that, although my statement doesn't mention this fact that this officer worked with the MUP, looking at my notebook again, a copy of my notebook, part of the productions, I see that I wrote at the time MUP liaison department and her extension number. So my position when they came to our headquarters in Rajac was that I was being asked about something involving the KLA, which identified the particular location, Terpeza, which was relatively near Serbian MUP positions. And the last thing I wanted, the last thing that we would have wanted is the information about Terpeza being passed quickly to the MUP, which might well have resulted in efforts to rescue their missing colleague. That was my concern, to protect that information. And my colleagues found it quite difficult to persuade me that I need not be concerned about that. So that affected the time for the interview. And although I then accepted that I should cooperate on the assurance that the information would not be passed to the MUP, there was at least one error which crept into the statement. Of course, I didn't see the statement at the time, or I would have pointed that out. And that is the reference to one other person who was our normal KLA liaison at RC1 level. The statement has me saying that he was with us, and he wasn't.
Yes, yes, I'll possibly go into that a bit later, but just very clearly, and possibly should have interrupted you earlier, but I wanted to hear your evidence. 10 isn't included in this report and isn't included in your statement, which I believe forms part of this report. So if we could move to page U0079617, this appears to be a report which I understand as being yours. If we go to the top of that, is that you or is that someone else providing that information?
That's not my report.
That's not yours,
At the
okay.
fourth paragraph, it refers to Deputy Director CC1. That was me.
Okay, so this is someone else. Okay, but to be clear, you don't know what 10 is or was, and you've obviously, there are different ways that is described in your different statements, and obviously in this report. That's fair, isn't it?
That's right. The term was used, I do remember that, but what it meant was really little more than speculation by me at the time.
Understood. And as you've just said earlier, you weren't quite sure, I'll be clear that I understand your evidence, where you saw the individual that was linked to 10 by your colleague. Is that correct? It could have been at Reti, it also could have been at Thaçi, you're not sure?
Objection, I believe that's a misstatement of the evidence. He said that the reference to the chief of secret police was, he could have been at Reti, not the reference to 10.
If you could answer, witness, otherwise I can obviously repeat the question.
Would you please repeat it?
Certainly, yeah. The individual that was linked somehow to 10 by your colleague, could that have been at Reti, or it could also have been at Thaçi? You're not sure which. Was that correct?
I think it's safest to say I'm not sure. I believe it was at Thaçi, but it's safer to assume that I cannot guarantee that.
Understood. And you don't know, your colleague didn't tell you anything more about this individual or what this entity was, did they?
Not that I recall.
And this individual that was linked to the entity, if I can use that expression, wasn't doing anything particular. They were just located there. Your colleague just saw them.
Yes, he was part of the meeting or the conversation, but there wasn't anything specific linked to him.
And I think you clarified in your preparation note 1, so that's P408, that you didn't have a chance to discuss the accuracy of your interpretation with your colleague. You stated that you thought 10 meant a department and that someone who was present was senior, but you didn't have a chance to discuss that. So you've never followed up with your colleague to be able to verify the basis of his knowledge or what exactly he meant at the time.
That's correct. I didn't see much of him, actually, after that particular day. That was the last time I worked with him for any extended time.
The 9th of March was the last day you did?
As far as I recall, he had been a member of CC1, but was increasingly working in KLA liaison.
Right. And moving on now to the actual meetings in Thaçi. And in your SBO statement, so we're talking about Imesh Shafiqi, and about how in your SBO statement in Randi Brava, Skander disclosed that he'd seen Shafiqi's warrant card, according to you, which you reported by radio to Maisonneuve and Drini, who arrived at your location. Do you recall that evidence? That's paragraph 72 of your SBO statement.
Yes, I do.
But in your ICTY statement, you refer to George Bourdet, also arriving in Randi Brava. Do you recall that?
Yes, and that's correct.
But you didn't mention that in your SBO statement.
Well, I'm sorry if I omitted that. I don't think it's a crucial detail, but Georges Bourdet was present. At the time, he was ill, and that is why I was the acting director. And Georges had come from his sickbed in order to support what was a serious incident.
Yes, I'm just trying to understand how clearly you recalled exactly what happened and the order of sequencing during that day. And so we're just trying to understand exactly what you can recall from that location or from that incident. So your evidence now is that Bourdet was there and did come with Maisonneuve?
He arrived around the same time. He would have come from Ravech, whereas Maisonneuve, I assume, would have come from Prizren. One may have picked the other up. I don't know. but they were both present. I only had one meeting at Randa Brava that day, and starting with meeting Skender, and then the arrival of Maisonneuve, Drini, and Bordet, possibly arriving separately, but they all were present at the same time.
And it's your evidence that then Drini is it your evidence, sorry, to be clear, that Drini directed Skender to take you where you could see Shafiki?
That's correct. No location was mentioned at that point. We, from overhearing a conversation by the KLA, we understood that we would be going north, but the task was to follow Skender's vehicle, and he would take us to the appropriate rendezvous.
And just out of interest, where you ended up in Thaçi, is that in your normal area of CC1, of your operations or area of responsibility, if I can use that term? Or was it new to you?
It was within the CC1 area, but we would not normally travel to that part of Thaçi because of the checkpoints already described.
Okay. And so Skender was following Drini's direction, is that correct, to take you up to this location?
That's correct.
And when Drini told you that he wasn't, or he knew nothing about the abduction, you don't know if that was true or not, that was what he told you?
Yes, it was. I had quite an extended conversation with Trini. We were alone at this point. He partly introduced himself and asked me to introduce myself and where did I come from and that sort of thing, because we were waiting for more information from elsewhere. But he made it clear to me, and I believed him, as far as one can ever believe anyone in that sort of situation, but I believed him that he had nothing to do with directing the abduction of the missing man.
And you never saw Drini afterwards, or never met him afterwards, did you, I believe?
Not that I recall.
And you hadn't met him before, I think that's what you clarified to the SPA.
That's right.
You then proceeded up to Thaçi in the afternoon. Can you just recall when you arrived? Approximately, obviously.
I don't think I can really tie that down. It was mid-afternoon.
And in your notebook, so this is P402, you wrote down that you were told by someone that Shafiki was under higher formation control. So do you recall writing that down in your notebook? So that's P402. And the ERN, because that spans a range of pages, is SPOE 00116969. And I think you even include part of that in your SPO statement. I don't know if there's an English translation of that as well, but otherwise it's also an English translation is in the statement, if that's more convenient. But obviously it's your handwriting. I presume you can read your handwriting as to what's written there.
Yes, I believe that I wrote the words in quotes, starting with "man is safe." I wrote that sometime after the details at the top, with the taken from the police documents, taken from the missing man.
And you told us yesterday that higher formation control means is a specific for you is a specific military term applying to the next higher headquarters in a chain of command, so the next level up. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you didn't write in your notebook who had told you higher formation, did you?
No. So what I'm trying to do is interpret now where that came in. And it's written close to my writing down the grid reference. So I can only have written the grid reference when we were actually there.
And you would have written that in the first meeting, I presume? That would be because you didn't know during the first meeting that there was going to be a second meeting, I presume, so you would logically have written it at the time you were first there.
Yes. I would be certain that it was written at one of the meetings at Tarpeza. It may be, as you say, have been the first one, although at the second meeting, when I met Commander Chelik, I was still then taking the line that General Drini has ordered you to give access to the man.
Yes. Sorry.
Sorry.
Just to finish up on the formation control, the point I was making that it's obviously relative in that by referring to higher formation control, that doesn't by definition mean the apex of an organization. It's relative to the person telling you that information. So if it's a low-level individual telling you that they're under higher formation control, that would be the next level up in the chain of command. So if it's someone at the battalion level, then that would be moving up to the brigade level. And if it's brigade level, it would move up to the zone level. So what the question I'm asking is in and of itself, that statement doesn't define who you're referring to, does it?
No, it doesn't. I was only aware, however, of one higher level above Commander Drini.
Yes, but it wasn't Commander Drini providing this information to you, was it? It was someone that you, whoever it was, and you had different meetings at Thaçi. So the point I'm making is that if it was a brigade commander giving you that information or someone at a lower level, them referring to higher formation doesn't mean the general staff. It just means higher than them, doesn't it?
Yes. The other possibility which occurs to me about the words in quotes is that I received that through KVM as a result of a message that they had received. So I'm sorry I can't help
Understood.
in more detail.
Understood. No, and this is the issue. It is obviously a long time ago, so we're trying to understand exactly what this means. So moving on to your second meeting, you returned to Thaçi around about 10:30, I believe. Is that correct?
I can't be accurate now about the time. It was in the dark.
And it was in the dark, yes. And you arrived and then met an individual. And in your statement, I think you explained that I learned before we left, this individual was the senior KLA commander, Fatmir Limay, known as Chelik.
Yes.
When you say before we left, you mean that you learned this after you met him, but before you left Thaçi, is that right?
Yes, I learned that from my colleague, or it was my colleague who spoke to me, but I think partly as a result of a conversation between the interpreter and the colleague. They were both present when I was told that.
Right.
And I was in the car at this time.
Yes, yeah, if we just go piece by piece, because it's quite important. So just to be clear, he didn't introduce himself to you by name or alias, did he?
No, he didn't.
And obviously at the time you're speaking to him, you didn't know who he was and you'd never seen him before.
That's correct.
And you don't speak Albanian, I presume?
I understand or understood some words.
And the meeting that you had with this individual was through an interpreter. I presume you referred to your colleague having an interpreter. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's an interpreter that was one of our staff of CC1, so I knew this person and knew that they were extremely competent at this type of work.
Now, you explained that after the meeting was getting nowhere in your statement, you then returned to the car, and that's when you were told by your colleague that the individual was Celik.
Yes, that's right. I had returned to the car to give my two colleagues, in other words, my KVM colleague and the interpreter, to give them the opportunity to try a different tack, as there had been disagreement between me and the KLA representative we were speaking to. Essentially, he had said to me that I was far too sympathetic to the Serbs, and I pointed out the missing man was Albanian, and so on.
Sorry to interrupt. The question was just trying to locate where you are and what had happened. So if we could just stick to that. So I think you confirmed that you returned to the car, and that's when you were told by your colleague that it was Celik. And you never, that was correct, sorry.
That's correct.
And then you don't know if your colleague had ever met this individual before?
No.
And you don't know the basis of his information as to why he thought that individual was Celik?
No, I never doubted it, but I don't know the exact basis.
Of course, yes. And if your colleague was mistaken, you just wouldn't know, because as you stated earlier, you haven't had a chance to discuss with him at all afterwards, and he left, I think, the mission shortly after.
That's right. I was basing it on the knowledge of my two colleagues, including the very experienced interpreter.
And I believe you said you didn't see the man again, so you were in the car. You didn't turn around to confirm or look at him again. I think that's what you said in your statement. And you obviously didn't interact with this individual or in any way ask him to confirm his identity or have any other interactions with him.
Yep, that is correct. Bearing in mind the certain amount of aggravation between us, I didn't think it sensible to go back to him. But I had been tasked to get a name, and as far as I was concerned at that moment, I had, beyond doubt, I had obtained a name.
Yes, I think that's something that's referred to in your statement, isn't it? That you had a brief, or you consider yourself to have a brief to have it to get a name.
Yes.
And I would suggest that once you had that name, you didn't feel the need to take any further steps to verify it. You had the name, it was in your head, and you'd been given that by your colleague, but you didn't take any other steps afterwards to verify whether that name was correct.
That's correct. The other factor was my concern, as I recognized that we were dealing with somebody not under Drini's control, somebody who I had already heard of and heard things about. So there was a safety concern as well.
Yes, it's not a criticism, it's simply just to try and understand exactly what you can testify to, if I can put it that way. And I believe in this meeting you testified, or this individual had said that he was under higher formation control, that Shafiki was under higher formation control.
Yes.
But obviously, if you don't speak Albanian, you don't know exactly what term was being used.
Objection, that misstates the statement. He says the control of GHQ, which the witness testified on direct, is general headquarters or general staff.
The question was, obviously, if you don't speak Albanian, you don't know exactly what term was being used.
I'm sorry if my objection wasn't clear. It was to the putting
It was
the
clear,
words
but it's-
higher formation in the witness's mouth, which he did not say.
It's clear, but it wasn't relevant to the question I was asking. I will, Your Honour. If you don't speak Albanian, you don't know exactly what term was being used, do you? By this individual.
I believe I recall the word stabby, or a word of that sort. I did understand enough Albanian to pick words up, and I generally found when I was speaking with local persons in Albanian or Serbian that I knew enough to know what the conversation was about, and sometimes to pick things up. What was that was said, which had perhaps not been translated to me?
And if I was to suggest to you that the word shtabi means staff, but it doesn't differentiate between higher staff or local staff, you wouldn't be able to correct me, would you?
I can't disagree with that. I was mainly basing myself on the English language interpretation given to me, but as I normally did, by this time I had a lot of experience of working through interpreters. I followed enough to have a good judgment whether I was being told accurately or otherwise what was being said.
And you told the SPO in preparation session, so that's preparation note 1, which I believe is P408, paragraph 17, that when you met this person, you understood him to be speaking on behalf of the general staff. I can quote what they have recorded your words, if you like. If that would assist, I will just read it out for the record. So that's P408, paragraph 17. W3724 clarified that at the time he met Celik, he understood him to be speaking on behalf of the general staff.
Yes, that's right.
Sorry.
I think it would be exaggerating to say that I knew that the instant I arrived, but it became clear from what was being said, given that I was still saying to him, Commander Drini has ordered, and I'm not sure I would have placed such reliance on that if I'd known throughout that the man was definitely speaking on behalf of a higher level.
Yes, but what I'm trying to suggest is that's a deduction you made. At no point were you unequivocally informed of that, were you? It's your interpretation of a translated conversation with an individual that you hadn't met before.
He told us that the man was under the control of the general staff. That was definitely indicated. I can't be specific as to all the words that were said in the conversation, but that was clearly what he was conveying. He, I suppose, could have been conveying simply as information and not on behalf of, but he was clearly indicating to me the man is under the control of the general staff, and therefore my previous negotiations with Commander Drini were of no value because things have gone beyond that.
And just to finish up on this section, you also admit, I believe, in your statement that the general staff had denied control simultaneously or on the same day, had they not? So I think that's paragraph 80. And I can read out from your statement if that assists. In my notebook, I further wrote down various points concerning the abduction, including GHQ deny control. Do you recall telling the SPO that?
I don't recall at what point that where that comes from.
But what I mean is that there was contrary information, wasn't there? You were told by an unidentified, if I can use that phrase, but by this individual who you hadn't met in Thaçi before, that supposedly this individual, Shafiki, was under the control of the General Staff, but simultaneously the General Staff are denying that control.
Yeah, I apologise not being able to tie this down, but I cannot recall exactly at what point in terms of time of day that was indicated. I think it may have been indicated to KVM and thus conveyed to me.
Yes, I think you believe that it may have come from someone at a higher level within KVM, or the US mission, given their independent liaison with the KLA. Do you recall telling the SPO that?
I think, would it be possible to see the part
Of course,
of
certainly.
my
So
statement?
I think that's paragraph 80 of the SPO statement, P392, if we can put that on the screen. So that's, for the record, that's at 085962, page 21. And I apologise, I don't have the Albanian reference to hand, but hopefully, obviously, the witness will be reading the English version. Witness, can you see paragraph 80 there on the screen?
Yes, thank you. That's helpful. From where this appears, the statement GHQ deny control, and also one release into my custody this evening, I think that must refer to the briefing that I received on returning to our headquarters in Ravech. And the briefing would have been given to me by Georges Bordet on the basis of, no doubt, his liaison with General Maisonneuve.
That's in the evening after your return.
After my return from the first meeting.
Right. So on the same day, you've got two contradictory pieces of information, one being given to Mr. Bordet, your superior, and one from your own deduction about whether the GHQ had accepted any form of control over Mr. Shafiki. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, it's logical. I was following up General Drini's instructions, which are consistent with the briefing given to me by Georges Bordet, noted in my notebook. I went then to the second meeting at Thaçi on the basis that I was still operating with the authority of Commander Drini. And it was at that point that, rightly or wrongly, the man I met at Thaçi the second time said, no, he has passed beyond that level. He is under the control of the General Staff. Until then, my position was GHQ had denied control, just as Commander Drini had denied.
And just to finish on this point, and actually to finish with my questions, in your notebook, the only thing that you have recording this interaction with the individual you referred to as Celik is Celik written down and then crossed out. So that's page P402 in the ERN, and I can display this for the witness actually, that would assist, is SPOE 00116971.
And I believe you told the SPO you're not sure why this is crossed out.
That's correct. I never doubted who it was. Whether the information was right or not, I never had any doubt as to who I had met.
You never had any doubt as to who you were told you had met. Is that a fairer assessment of what you mean?
I think it goes slightly further than that, because I already had knowledge of the type of operation which the gentleman had been involved with before. So it wasn't simply a case of being told a name. It was partly that the name fitted with my previous knowledge, and also his appearance was consistent with a previous photograph which I'd seen. But I stress, this is not me making photographic identification. It's simply that I had seen a photograph and it was consistent.
And talking about... I hope that wasn't my stomach, Your Honour, but if it was, I apologise. But just to finish up with how this individual was described in the report that we looked at earlier, and this, if we can go back to the Kosovo Verification Mission Incident Report, so that's P406, and if we can go to U00799614, if we scroll down a little bit, where it says UM3. Now, I presume UM3 refers to unidentified male 3. Can you confirm that, or? I understand you didn't write this report, but is that your understanding of what this means?
Yes.
And it's written that this individual tried to justify what the KLA had done. He spoke about the ICRC, the Geneva Convention, etc. He appeared to know about the case. KVM verifiers left a bit after 23 hours without seeing Jafiki. There's no other information which describes him at all, is there? There's descriptions further below of Skander and UM2 and UM. But there's no other information given at the time, presumably on the basis of information you gave to the individual compiling this report, which would assist in confirming the identification of that individual.
Yes, I wasn't asked for a description in that interview, as far as I recall. And as I've already described, it was a slightly difficult interview and time ran out, perhaps.
Thank you, witness. That's all my questions. Thank you, Your Honours.
Mr. Misitich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Young. My name is Luka Misitich. I am counsel for Mr. Thaçi, and I have just a few questions I hope to finish before the coffee break at 11. So I have some material to cover. My first question for you this morning is, do you know a person by the name of Nicholas or Nick Turnbull?
No.
Okay. You do not know, would it refresh your recollection if I were to say that Nick Turnbull was the head of EU KDOM at the time you were there?
No, I had very little dealings with the EU KDOM. I recall them being there in the early stage, but I don't think I had any interpersonal relations with them.
Okay. Let me ask you a different question. Mr. Roberts asked you about your meeting in Terpez, and you'll recall that he had your notes on the screen about higher formation control. You stated that, and this is on the transcript at page 19, line 13, that that meeting you believe occurred in mid-afternoon on the 9th? of March, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. President, if we could move into private session.
Madam Court Officer, please take us into private session.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've testified that you understood the highest formation of the KLA to be the general headquarters, correct?
Yes,
But it's fair to say that you had no contact with the general headquarters? No direct contact, I mean.
that's correct.
Okay. If I could show you an OSCE report, and that is KSC BC 2020-06-IT-05-87-1 P00856 at page K0075633. And I'm just going to show you an OSCE report and ask you whether you agree with the conclusion. It's paragraph, if we could zoom in on the KLA in the middle of the page. It says, it describes the KLA. It says, general, potentially the most difficult to monitor in terms of liaison and confirmation of compliance due to the lack of specific detail regarding structure, locations, and capabilities of the organization. Do you agree that, and the date of this report is the 23rd of February, 1999, that the OSCE as such claimed to lack sufficient knowledge about KLA structures as of late February 1999?
Yes, I can see that this relates to the view from our region, I assume. There was a lack of specific detail compared to, for example, our detail about Serbian forces. But it's not as if we had no information, and we were obviously working on building up all the time in the interests of the peace, and also in the interests of the KLA themselves, that we would build up our understanding and our liaison with them.
Understood. Let me ask you, do you know who Sean Burns is?
I didn't meet him. I think he was the head of the U.S. mission, but I never met the gentleman.
Okay, let me show you what he has said about KLA structure and ask you if it's consistent with your understanding, and if we could have CROO-0318-CROO-0336 at page 0324, please.
Could I just ask that we go into private session? I believe that this next bit of information is classified as confidential.
Mr. President, I'm not aware of that, so.
If it is, let's see something that says it's confidential.
If you can just give me a moment, Your Honor.
Sure, no problem.
Just give me a moment. This was conveyed to me yesterday at the beginning. This is witness testimony, so it's just going to take us a minute to retrieve it. The way this information was provided to us, it was provided to us on the condition that it was used in closed session. I can give the source of that in closed session.
You subpoenaed it from somebody, or you requested it?
I would just say it's similar to the previous documents that we used. There are certain things that we have, there are certain items that we have with the agreement that they're used in closed session. This is one such item.
If that's the case, I don't have any information, so.
Closed or private?
I apologize. Private session, it's pursuant to Rule 107.
Pursuant to 107.
Your Honors, we're now in public session.
Go ahead.
Yes, if we could have paragraph 90 on the screen, please. And witness, I'd just like to talk to you about this paragraph. There's a block quote in that paragraph that has a comment that says, Celik is a personal friend of local LDK leader here in Red 39, Milayim Mazreku. You see that?
Yes.
And Mr. Mazreku was a local LDK leader?
Yes.
Okay. And you've testified previously you understand Celik to be a reference to Fatmir Limay?
Yes.
Okay. So you understood Fatmir Limay to be a personal friend of Mr. Mazreku?
This particular report was by another patrol, one of the colleagues. There, I knew that Celik and Mr. Mazreku had known each other and had been at university, had studied together. Whether they were friends or otherwise, I don't know.
Well, if we continue there with, after the block quote, it says Mazreku was the landlord of KVM Field Station Malyshevo and was regarded as a sort of village mayor. He was very helpful to us, passing messages at our request to the local community or the KLA. I understood that he was a supporter of the LDK party. So is it your evidence that KDOM was using the local LDK mayor to communicate with the KLA?
It wasn't something that was done really at higher level. It was a question of local relationships and the patrol which we had based in Malyshevo. In other words, it was low level but important stuff. Important because Malyshevo was a very high profile location. And I personally, more than once, asked for a message to be passed to the very local KLA representative, who was somebody we knew by a nickname that we had thought up ourselves. And if I asked to see him, he would be produced after some hours. And we had a very good relationship with this gentleman as a result of Mr. Mazreku's help.
Okay. Let me show you a document, which is SPOE 00116868 to 00116869 at page 00116868. If we could scroll to the middle of the page. In that section, military, police, and paramilitary, there's a comment there that says foolhardy action by the UCK. They will be advised through our LDK contacts to desist. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And so you were in fact using LDK contacts to pass messages on to the KLA?
Yes, but I'm not sure I would have characterized it as an LDK contact. This particular report was not by me. Although Mr. Mazreku was an LDK member, we understood, his status of importance to us was he was regarded as the mayor of Malyshevo, and I introduced him in that capacity to people such as our head of mission and other important visitors, but it was as mayor rather than as LDK leader. And he was, I think, very careful and very sensible to be careful in not presenting himself as being a party political figure. He was, I think, doing his best to represent all the people of Malyshevo as best he could.
But he was known to be an LDK member, correct?
That was my understanding. I never discussed that with them.
Okay. Let's take a look at another document on the same point. SPOE 00116816 to 00116817. And on the first page, please. In the section that starts UCK on the bottom, please. Yes, we could blow that up. It says UCK continue to be noted in defensive positions within 50 meters of the main road in the area of, and it gives the coordinates. A liaison visit was paid to the village of Mirusa in order to reestablish contact with the local LDK and UCK leadership. Only the LDK leader was present, but discussions with him centered on the need to pull back UCK positions from the immediate vicinity of the main road and LDK and UCK areas of responsibility. Correct?
Yes, I'm a little surprised to see that level of liaison being attributed to the LDK, but I accept that's what it says.
Okay. Mr. Young, I'm going to, sorry, just one second, please. I'm going to stay within my time limits. Thank you very much for your answers, and I wish you a safe trip back home. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Misitich. Mr. Emerson?
Mr. Young, I just wanted, if I may, to start by bringing us back to the functions of the KVM. First of all, it grew out of the original ceasefire agreement on the 16th of October 1998. Is that correctly understood?
Yes.
And the formalisation of that agreement, although it would be known generally as the Holbrooke-Milosevic talks that had led to it, but the formal agreement in which Serbian forces undertook to withdraw was the, if I've got the pronunciation correctly, the Jeremek-Jovanovic agreement, the GJ ceasefire agreement. Is that right?
Yes, it is. And I did see that document. It was very controversial to some Albanian contacts because it actually recognized the location of some MUP positions which Albanian people objected to, and they were upset that this had been agreed to by the international community.
Yes. So it was, in a sense, a potentially fragile and likely temporary ceasefire, because one of the major elements of the combined armed forces of Serbia remained in various barracks inside the disputed territory. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. As I can only speak mostly to our area. Mm-hmm. Some of my colleagues from our CC and our RC did deploy, for example, up to Pojevo. Within our area, no VJ remained.
No.
There was a tank barracks close to our area, which I was familiar with, but most of the VJ had withdrawn, leaving only the MUP in police stations, but also in some field positions, which were specified in that agreement.
Exactly, and they were already part of the joint armed forces of Serbia. They had armoured vehicles and automatic and non-automatic weapons. Is that right?
Yes, the MUP had a few armoured vehicles in terms of ones with weapons mounted. There were a few, and they also had armoured trucks, which they used for protective transport.
But as we now know from the history and the trials at the ICTY, the MUP, the MUP, were a central element in the armed forces engaged in this non-international armed conflict. Is that right?
Yes, they were, as far as we were concerned, a military force.
They were combatants in the conflict.
Yeah,
Yes.
the MUP in the field were.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, the MUP as a whole were. All members of the armed forces of Serbia that have contributed, doesn't matter whether they're actually fighting at any one time or not, are potentially, well, they are members of the combined armed forces of Serbia. You'd agree with that?
Yes. Some were configured as military forces and deployed as military forces, but they were all part, all those in uniform, bearing in mind, of course, that the MUP stands for Ministry of the Interior. So there were a number of functions of the Ministry of Interior which weren't police in United Kingdom terms. They were more administrative. But all the normal police and the deployed police reservists, and indeed there were also reservists who sort of stayed at home but did take on part-time duties. They were all part of a effectively paramilitary force and were normally armed, whether with pistols or other weapons.
And there was a specialist unit of paramilitary police as well, the PJP, correct?
Yes.
And I think a unit known as Frankie's Boys. Do you hear that name at all?
I've read about that, but certainly never met them.
No. So that was a good thing, probably. I'm asking you these questions partly because I want to look a little bit at the issue that you've been testifying about just now, namely the Ima Jafiki case. But I wanted to understand from you that if the primary and principal function of the KDM was to essentially monitor violations of the ceasefire agreement. That was its raison d'etre technique. That's what the V in KVM stands for, isn't it? You were verifying.
That's absolutely correct, to monitor compliance with the Milosevic-Holbrooke agreement. However, what we were actually doing very rapidly developed into a lot of other tasks.
Exactly. So that's what we can loosely call humanitarian issues. Humanitarian law issues, is that right?
Yes, and looking forward to implementation of a successful agreement between the parties after Rambouillet elections and so on.
Precisely so. But in the original training, the original briefings and so forth, did it become obvious to you that you could have a violation of the ceasefire agreement that was in no sense a violation of international humanitarian law?
Yes.
So you had to look at two different questions.
Yes, that's right. A military confrontation could take place that would not be a violation of the laws of war or humanitarian law.
And a targeting decision, which was entirely lawful under the laws of war, could nevertheless be a violation of the ceasefire.
Yes.
So the first major violation, I mean the worst and first major violation of the ceasefire agreement was the Ratchak massacre in January 1999. Is that right?
Yes, given that there had been the first kind of incident before that,
Yes.
military incidents, and some actually mistaken, people being ambushed in belief that they were KLA and they weren't, and
Yeah.
that sort of thing, yes. But Radchak would be,
Ambushed by...
well, the incident I'm thinking of, ambushed by Serbian forces.
And in that context, since the VJ were no longer in Kosovo, the Serbian forces would have been...
Well, there were still VJ in Kosovo, and in fact there was a barracks in Prizren, in our area, but the ambush I'm thinking of, I don't know who the perpetrators were. It was at night, and a family was shot up.
Very well. Leaving perhaps that particular incident to one side, you heard from time to time, prior to Radchak, of minor violations, correct? Incidents like the one you've just described generally.
Yes, and there were individual murders.
Yes. And was it a concern to you, at least in part, to identify whether and to what extent the MUP were engaging in violations of the ceasefire?
Yes.
And we've come to, and there's an example in your testimony on the day after your search for Mr. Jafiki, but we'll come to that in a second. After Radchak, which I think we probably all agree, you can agree, I'm sure, was a turning point in the international community's determination to prevent Kosovo becoming another Bosnia. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Yes. You were then obviously on particularly high alert. So between January and let us say June the 12th, ceasefire at the end of the conflict, you were no doubt on high alert and extremely vigilant. And then, of course, there was Rambouillet, the breakdown of the talks, the NATO bombing, and full-scale, all-out international armed conflict. So presumably,
Objection as to the time frame. This witness has testified he left Kosovo in March '99.
absolutely, you're quite right. But from as far as your presence is concerned, between January and March must have been a particularly tense time.
Yes, it was. I can't say that every day was, but the atmosphere had changed. Certainly, immediately after Radchak, I was involved in meeting refugees who were arriving, who were fleeing that particular area, and and at the time, I was. At one time, I was at our patrol base in Malasheva. I remember being particularly concerned as to our closeness to them up and what might happen. So the atmosphere did change. However, most of our work continued as best we could, and we tried actually to increase our profile, which we did for the first time in our area. We had our armored patrols, light armored vehicles, going out all night, crisscrossing the area, and that was something we never contemplated at the beginning.
And I think in the immediate aftermath of the Radchak massacre, most verifiers and internationals were expecting initially a substantial military response from the KLA side.
There had been a cycle of violence, as tends to happen, and I was aware that there'd been shooting of MUP by the KLA prior to Radchak, which some people linked the two events, and that Radchak was a foolish and wicked response. buy them up.
So, and this is obviously the aftermath of this is taking place during February and the period immediately preceding the detention, let's call it that, of Mr. Jafiki, correct?
Yes.
And again, to put this in context, there wasn't a major KLA retaliation. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was, I imagine you understood within the KVM that that was because conversations were taking place between the international community and the KLA, that this was not the time to respond to a massive violation of the ceasefire with another violation of the ceasefire on their side, if they were to achieve what militarily they wanted at that time, which was Western military support. Is that a reasonable summary?
Yes, it is.
And so somebody within the KLA must have been talking directly to the Americans, the British, the Germans.
Yes.
Do you know where those conversations were taking place?
No, if we're talking about purely bilateral contacts between international organizations or countries and the KLA, I don't know the location. As far as I remember, I don't think I knew that.
Did you know, put it this way, did you know that these talks were taking place outside Kosovo?
Yes, from time to time I was aware of the need to convey representatives of the KLA from within Kosovo to an airport to travel. That certainly happened in connection with Rambouillet, but it was happening before that as well. We facilitated that. I was aware of that.
And as a person with military knowledge and colleagues, obviously with a great deal of professional military experience, discussions like that about whether and when the West would bomb Serbia and what would be the right way for the KLA to conduct themselves so as to make that a real possibility following Radchak, they'd be highly secret conversations, wouldn't they?
They would.
And they would take place with intelligence representatives, either military intelligence or civilian, more likely military intelligence of the Western states. That's the level at which those conversations would take place, is that?
Yes, that's right. I was aware of, I had some awareness of planning that was taking place within the United Kingdom purely from when I was on leave in the UK, and a colleague who I knew contacted me to let me know of the state of planning, contingency planning or otherwise, that was taking place within the United Kingdom at that time. So I had that slight awareness. Yeah.
Roughly, can you date that conversation? I mean, was it between Rambouillet and, well, obviously between Rambouillet and your departure? I'm sorry, was it between Rambouillet and your departure or prior to Rambouillet?
It was prior to Rambouillet.
Right.
Mr. Emerson, we need to take
Yes,
a
I'm
morning
so sorry.
break.
Sorry.
Our witness needs a break, I'm sure,
Absolutely.
of 2 hours. We will take a half-hour break. The usher will escort you out. Remember not to speak about this case to anybody outside the courtroom. We will be adjourned until 11:30.
Yes, okay.
All right.
Can we go and talk about it outside?
rise.
Be seated.
Very brief update on timing, if I may. Oh,
Pardon?
a very brief update on timing.
Well, you have to wait till I get these in.
Sorry.
All right, now what?
Having discussed the matter with my learned friend for Mr. Krasniqi, the defence will conclude its cross-examination by the midday adjournment.
Thank you. Just take a seat for a minute. I have one thing I have to clarify. I use rather general language about our schedule, but there's no change in our schedule for the next, I called it a block. It's a split block because we're going to do 1 week and then be off 1 week. And then, actually, let me start over. On the week of the 25th, we have a 3-day week. And then we skip 1 week because of a need by the trial panel 1 to have the courtroom. And then we will do October 9 and October 16th in full. So nothing changed in the schedule, and I'm sorry if there was any confusion. And Madam Usher, you may bring the witness in.
You're maybe going to private session for the next short passage of cross-examination.
All right, please go into private session.
Your Honours, we're back in public session.
I just want to ask you briefly about some of the entries and documents that relate to the incident involving Ima Jafiki. Could I please ask for, does this have an exhibit? Excuse me a moment, does it have an exhibit number here? So maybe it's here. Sorry? Yes, it's been given exhibit number P406. Thank you. If you look at the front page, first of all. Now that is the front page of a file of documents compiled by the Canadian officer you've given evidence about, who was the liaison officer, and you've told us that for various reasons you were reluctant to cooperate with her at that stage, but were eventually prevailed upon to provide information, but the information that you provided was then inaccurately recorded in some respects.
Yes, in one or two respects.
Yes. Can I just ask you about one passage and just have the position clarified as far as that's concerned? And this is on, so the page in the document will be U0079617. We can see here 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs down, and halfway down the 4th paragraph, a sentence beginning upon OSCE insistence. And I'll just read it out for the record. Upon OSCE insistence that we be allowed to physically see the prisoner, RV was arranged for 2300 hours at the same location, but the prisoner was not produced at the arranged time. OSCE was informed that the prisoner was in the hands of higher KLA intelligence authorities, and OSCE had no right to such speedy access. Now, first of all, this is a reference to your conversation with the person that you believe to be Fatmi Alima, is that right?
Yes.
And that's the second time that day that you had been in Thaçi, is that right?
Yes.
Yes. And nobody told you that the prisoner was in the hands of higher KLA intelligence authorities, did they?
No, of course, it's possible that my colleague picked up something that I didn't, but although there had been references in the course of the day, people we met who I connected with intelligence, there was no statement heard by me that the man was in the hands of KLA intelligence authorities.
Thank you very much. Now, one or two other passages, if I may, from various parts of the evidence, and from relating to others with, I think, if you don't mind me saying, with respect, much more senior military roles within, or military backgrounds within the KVM mission and those setting out to brief you in the first place. I just want to look at what they said and see whether that has in any way changed the assessment that you have put in your witness statement. Okay? So, First of all, during evidence in private session, we discussed Sean Burns. Now, he was a man with some considerable background in military matters, is that right?
I don't know that.
Very well. But what you do know is that he was overall head of the US KDOM.
Yes.
And could you just explain the function that US KDOM or each KDOM would have been performing during your time in Kosovo? What was their job?
Yes, the position of US KDOM was rather different from, for example, the UK KDOM that I was initially a member of. When the OSCE KVM was stood up, the UK KDOM was folded into that, and we took our Union flags off our vehicles, and various international colleagues arrived. But the US KDOM remained independent. There was formed within Regional Center 1 what we called CC3, which was American-led, but it appeared to be looking both ways. It was part of our regional center, but was also taking direction from the US KDOM in Kosovo Polje. When I first became involved in Malasheva, there was a US KDOM base in the village, which gradually was not used or was visited occasionally, and I think the staff there had already done a lot of work with Malasheva and were quite proud of that, and I think resented our then continuing successes, but relations were good generally. Personally, I found relations easier with the US military, of whom there were a small number, rather than their State Department. But they were a separate organization, working with, certainly working in liaison with KVM.
And in a sentence, can you tell us the principal differences in the missions and capabilities between the two organizations working side by side in Kosovo? KDOM and KVM.
Yeah, but the US KDOM appeared to have very good liaison with the KLA at very high levels, but on occasion they assured us that they had something sorted, under control, and that didn't always turn out to be right. That was of course, a disappointment to them as much as to us, but was a difficulty from time to time.
Resources? I mean, was it bigger or smaller than KVM? Obviously, I think you've explained the US contingent of KVM was smaller than US KDOM, but I'm asking more generally, was US KDOM present in more parts of Kosovo than KVM, or were there more staff or less staff?
Less staff, given that we had centres and field stations throughout Kosovo, whereas they were essentially based in one place.
Yes. And how would you rate their, so put the question a different way, given what you've told us about their close access to the KLA, how would you rate your knowledge of KLA structures and command and control versus theirs? Who had the better knowledge of the workings of the KLA?
Objection just as to the vagueness at the end. When you say you, I don't think it's clear if it's you, this witness, or overall KVM.
I meant overall KVM. Who had better access and better information about what was actually going on?
Thank you, Councillor.
Sorry?
my impression, no more than an impression, was that US KDOM had particular contacts at a high level. They had, of course, nothing like the contacts we had at more local levels, from zone and downwards. But at the very high political level, which mostly didn't affect me, my impression was that their liaison was certainly close.
Yes. So is it fair to say that you would rely on their assessments or not?
We had our own. We had, within RC1, we had what was effectively an intelligence cell. And I would have thought if that existed at regional level, it would also, something similar would exist at KVM headquarters. Also, we had people who we called special verifiers, who were British. I knew some of them personally because they'd actually worked with us initially and often saw them, and knew that they had contact with KLA and were involved, for example, in moving KLA around for negotiations and discussions. But I have no overall picture of how that went.
I understand. Distilling that, can I put it to you this way? Because you've told us you don't know very much about the General Staff at the time, but I think I've taken from your answer just now, correct me if I'm wrong, that the US KDOM would be more likely to know more about the General Staff because they have access at a higher level in the organisation. Is that fair?
I can't say that. I know that KVM headquarters had their own contacts, and I can't assess that in detail.
Very well. I want just to read. I hope we don't need to bring all of these documents up, but if we do, we can obviously. The man who trained you, I think both in Vienna and on the ground in preparation for your deployment, was Colonel John Crosland. Is that right?
Yes, we had previous training in the UK that he was not involved in, and I never had contact in Vienna, but John Crosland led our orientation on arrival in Kosovo.
And the purpose of the orientation was not just geography, was it? It was also orientation with regards to the situation, the role of the parties as far as it was known, and the structure of the parties, including the KLA. It was a general briefing as you were driving around.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was. And Colonel Crosland was not part of KVM as such, was he?
No, he was British Embassy. He was the defence attaché.
Yes, he was. Yes, I think it was in those days called the military attaché. Is that right?
I can't say that.
Yeah, very well. It's the same.
Yeah.
It has the same meaning. And Colonel Crosland was a very, very distinguished British Army officer, wasn't he?
Very much so. Very impressive.
And you know a bit about his background? You know he led British forces in the Falklands War?
I knew that he had served in a distinguished way there. He was clearly a very experienced operator. That was quite clear to me. I did have conversations with him. And his orientation around a large part of the country was very impressive, including visiting a KLA field headquarters, where we were introduced to a commander
I think that was Ramesh Haradinai in Glojan in the Dukajin zone. Is that right?
It was in that kind of area. Of course, my knowledge of the geography wasn't what it is now. And I subsequently met Ramesh during my KFOR tour, and I didn't recognize the same man.
Okay. Are you saying it wasn't the same man, or you just don't know?
Well, I know that Ramesh had good relations, for example, with OSCE. I knew that he had good relations with one of my colleagues who was ex-British Army, who was in another area. So it was all of a piece. It was the same kind of local commander, but it just is a fact that I did not recognize him as being the same man.
Right. And you know that he was the zone commander of the Dukajin zone?
Yes.
Yes. You said he had good relations with those various organisations. Do you know what his relationship with the General Staff was like?
No.
But you did say, I think, at one point that perhaps I'm misremembering, but I thought you testified at one point that he was a particularly powerful and independent zone commander. Is that incorrect?
I don't recall saying that. I'm in no position to have said that. It sounds absolutely right. It's a very strong and charismatic character, no doubt about that. But I don't think I could have made that assessment of his position in the KLA.
When you met him, did he strike you as a sort of man to take orders from non-military people?
Well, all military people ultimately take orders from civilian leadership.
Yes, but I'm asking you specifically about him.
I can't speculate on that.
Fair enough. Going back to Colonel Crosland, I want to read to you a passage from the judgment of the ICTY in the trial of Ramesh Haradinai. And it relates to, I'm going to ask you whether this was part of your briefing that Mr. Crosland gave you. The Chamber, this is paragraph 21 of case number IT-04-84 bis-T. We don't need to call it up at all, but it's, unless somebody wants it on the screen. Let me just read you the very short passage. The Chamber heard from John Crosland that while the KLA was organised, to call the body at the top of it the General Staff was misleading. He did not think that the General Staff had effective control over the KLA. John Crosland concluded that there was not a great deal of coordination between the zones and the General Staff. Now, do you remember him giving you that impression when you had your briefing?
I don't specifically recall that, no.
Very well. Did he talk to you about his assessment of the capabilities of the General Staff to command operations?
I have no recollection of that.
Very well. Just bear with me 1 second. I've just got one or two more issues to raise with you. First of all, Brigadier General Joseph Maisonneuve, you've mentioned him once or twice in your evidence. So, Brigadier General Maisonneuve was, I think, if I'm right in saying, at the apex of command in the regional centre of KVM, Prizren. Is that right?
That's right.
And he was therefore responsible for all aspects of those operations that we've discussed.
Yes.
And beneath him were 4 commanders, CC1, CC2, CC3, and R.C. Prizren. And R.C. Prizren was the was where David Wilson, is that right? He was the liaison for Prizren, is that right?
Yes, I don't recall David Wilson's precise title, but he did have liaison responsibility. And by the way, I worked with him at other times out with Kosovo, and he was a very experienced and effective liaison officer.
And you trusted his assessments?
Well, I can't say that I would agree with anything he ever said, but
No.
yes, very
Overall.
able and competent, yes.
And he was on the same level in the organogram hierarchy of the KVM Prizren as your boss, George Bordell, is that right?
I think that's probably right, but subordinate command is a different thing from a position on an organogram. It was of a different nature. But yes,
But they were all of those CC commanders and David Wilson were all reporting up to Brigadier General Maisonneuve, is that right?
yes.
Now, so if we understand the process, you would be filtering information to your immediate superior, or, as in some instances that we've heard about, you would be acquiring information as part of a joint mission, or sort of a joint operation.
Yes.
And then that information would go up the chain of command and be assessed along with the information provided by all of the other verifiers groups, 1, 2, 3, and the chief liaison officer, who had 2 members of staff also reporting to him, didn't he? Chris Cobb-Smith and Andy, is it Lefebvre?
Yes.
Yeah. And so all of the, this is not in any way to diminish the role at all, but you were a cog in a machine where the information was being assessed overall in relation to that region at a higher level.
Yes, that's fair.
Now, were you aware that Brigadier General Maisonneuve provided evidence to the ICTY, including a large number of contemporary documents that were deployed in the Milutinovic case?
Yes, I didn't read the evidence in detail, but I was aware because my name was mentioned and it came up because he had produced a note written by me of some points from General Drini.
Thank you. And we'll look at some aspects of what the documentation says. But he had been as a senior officer and was, in fact, still a senior serving officer in the Canadian Armed Forces. Is that right?
That's right.
And indeed, he was later promoted to the director of the General Land Force in Canada, is that right?
Yes.
So amongst the documents that he produced is a, if I can just give me 1 second, hang on, there it is. Can I, it's not been exhibited, or it has? No P number, no? Has it got a P number? No, it hasn't been exhibited. So it's ERN IT 05-87, and it's page, pardon? This number, I just read, sorry, the proposed exhibit number, I think, is P02772. What's this number then? microphone. There's no lines on one version. No, I think that's the wrong one. I think, yes, that may be the cover page, I think. And if we turn to the next page, that should take us to the start of the witness statement, I think. Yes, that's it. So that is the witness statement that he made, which exhibited a number of the contemporary documents that we're going to turn to. Now, can we turn to page 27 of the statement? Now, this is a contemporary report from Regional Centre 1, dated the 23rd of February 1999, so whilst you were on deployment, on the implementation of liaison measures. And liaison measures in that context means the ability to acquire information by speaking directly to either the participants to the conflict or witnesses to events arising from the conflict. Is that fair description?
Yes.
Yes. So there then follows a summary of what was known at that time by KVM about what the different parties to the conflict, how easy or difficult it was to liaise with them. And if we look under paragraph 4A, there's a description of the KLA, and this seems to be an overall assessment at A. I think because it's general, it's the general assessment. Potentially the most difficult to monitor in terms of liaison and confirmation of compliance due to the lack of specific detail regarding structure, locations, and capabilities of the organisation. Do you see that passage? I mean, do you agree that that's your organisation explaining that they've had great difficulty in assessing the capabilities of the KLA, as well as its structure?
Yes.
There is a sentence following, generalities and the picture collated up to the present is sufficient to initiate an adequate level of liaison. However, if the KLA wish to be recognised as a credible and legitimate force, they should be encouraged to be more accessible. And I just would go through these, more accessible. RC stands for regional centre, so that's you, collectively you, is that right?
Yes.
KLA and LO is liaison officers, will be responsible for coordination and collation of information. So, again, I presume that overall assessment has been drawn from a number of the different monitoring mission components. Is that right? Or would have been in your area?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. And can I take it, therefore, that you would agree that one of the difficulties of liaison was that you just didn't have enough information about the structure of the KLA, where relevant people you wanted to speak to were located, or indeed the capabilities of the KLA? That hampered effective liaison.
Yes, I think it partly a question of the physical points of contact is where to meet, where to see. The only fixed permanent point of contact which I was aware of was the a KLA liaison office in Velika Kruša, and that was somewhere where one could go, not necessarily obtain the right or to obtain helpful answers, but nevertheless, that is where liaison took place. Other colleagues would have been there far more than I was, but I did go there. There weren't a series of offices throughout the hilly and wooded area that one could go to and know there would be a KLA representative with authority to speak to. So that was, I think this is partly in comparison with the Serbian forces, the MUP in particular. But even there, we had to work on it to build it up and find out where people were and build up trust. And we were making the same efforts with the KLA, but unsurprisingly, given the geography as well as other factors, that took longer.
Yes. You I think just said, if I haven't heard you correctly, that there was no building that you could go to meet with KLA leadership in the hills. Is that right?
In most cases, no. And we were not able to obtain access into the hills except by prior arrangements, such as the time I went to Topesa. Normally, I couldn't have gone there.
Yes. So the person responsible for liaison at that level then would be presumably the chief liaison officer, David Wilson. Is that right? Primary responsibility.
It would come under his authority. I personally, although I knew David, I didn't see him engaged in these things. I've no doubt he was. The person I more often actually met in connection with such a liaison was Andy Lefebvre.
Andy Lefebvre,
yeah.
Who, as we've heard, worked with Chris Cobb-Smith.
Yeah.
Can I, though...
Sorry, and Chris Cobb-Smith I knew well as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
he had, I'm sorry interrupting. Chris Cobb-Smith had other jobs at other times, but there was a period he was doing that liaison. Yeah.
But both Chris Cobb-Smith and Andy Lefebvre would feed their own information up to David Wilson because he was their line report. Is that right?
I'm sure that's right.
Yeah. So can we turn to page 47, and I think it should be page 47 in the same document. So this is a contemporary a note, which had gone. We can see the dates in a moment. But it was revised, and it was a living document in that sense. It was been written first in November 1998, and then updated in early December and in late December. And this is the version from the 27th of December. So if we can begin, if I can just look with paragraph 1, if we just enlarge those first few lines, just to remind you of the nature of this sort of living document. So it's essentially a document to be provided to people to give them a proper briefing information, presumably within the auspices of KVM only.
Yes.
Yes, and it deals with a large number of issues and a range of factors. But as you can see. It tells us that its origin was in the early part of the KDOM tenure in Prizren. The first version produced on the 22nd of November for KDOM verifiers, then updated and modified slightly on the 6th of December to assist with the orientation of the initial influx of OSCE verifiers. So that would be you, wouldn't it? You'd have seen the 6th December version, is that right?
Yes.
And then it was further updated on the 27th of December, and that is the version that is we're looking at, obviously, because that's in the document itself. And it says, although most of the information remains unchanged, there are minor corrections and revised analysis based on fresher information. So, I mean, can we assume that we're looking at a snapshot of what KVM Prizren knew about these broader range of issues. It's an overview. Is that you must have seen the document at some stage, presumably, as you said, in your training or your induction.
Yes, I believe I may have seen something similar. What I'm looking at there looks right to me as well, understandable, reflecting the situation at that time.
Yes, and you were, at least we know, I think you were among the initial influx of OSCE verifiers, or is that wrong?
Yes, given that I was already there under UK KDOM, yes.
So perhaps you didn't need as much of, well, you wouldn't have needed as much of an initial overview briefing, but it would be a working document perhaps you'd refer to? Is that right? You can't remember.
I don't recall this particular document. I have, in my time, read a lot of documents by David Wilson, who was an Education Corps officer.
Right.
Of great ability, so I can't say yes. I recall
Definitely read this one.
Ms. Meyer?
I would just note that at the end of that very paragraph that's being discussed, it says this is not an official document of the OSCE or of HM government, and that it expresses my personal views. So I think that might assist the witness in determining whether he saw it or not.
Well, yes. It also is clearly, if one looks at the top, there's a note from Mr. Wilson. This is a personal document that has been produced by David Wilson, not to be reproduced or copied without permission. So it's perfectly clear that it's his briefing to the people incoming. Do you agree with that?
I don't know to whom this was distributed.
Very well. But at least we know who wrote it.
Yes.
And he's somebody who was responsible for liaison, had a staff of his own, and was directly answerable to Mr. Villeneuve.
Yes.
Thank you. Can we look at paragraph 15, please, which is on page, the internal pagination on the right will be K0075660. It should be into, yeah, that's the one. I just want to go, you can see there's a description assessment of KLA capabilities, some suggestions, and then some categorizations of different fighting elements. I want to understand whether Mr. Wilson's assessment reflects your own understanding, because now we are talking about a document produced within the auspices of your own organisation. UCK KLA, he says, 1998 has been a heady year for the UK. Their military successes between March and July 1998 surprised everyone, including themselves. Intoxicated by the ease and scale of their early achievements, along with a lack of effective response from the FRY authorities, they overextended themselves. So that's the description there from March to July. Obviously, it's before your deployment, but it's important, no doubt, background information for you. Would you agree?
Yes, very, very much so. The events of the summer of '98 very much overshadowed our operations, and I think that was particularly true of CC1 because our area included Ravech, which had been partly taken over by the KLA in that summer, but also Malyshevo, which had been a sort of headquarters, and the events of that so-called offensive very much overshadowed our time there.
Did he, Colonel Crosland, take you there to that area during your initial induction, or did he discuss with you what had happened in Rajak, in Rahovat.
I think he certainly discussed those events. I don't recall John Crossland taking me physically to Rahovat. The first time I went there was with a colleague who ultimately was one of the special verifiers.
Presumably he therefore made you aware, because it was important for you as part of Prizren KVM, of the Serbian offensive that had occurred in July, or Serbian attack that had occurred in July, in response to some KLA soldiers being found inside Rahovat. Did he tell you about that?
Yes, I think it was more dramatic than KLA soldiers being found inside Rahovat. There was fighting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, which was initiated by the KLA presence.
And then
the
response.
Yes.
And did he tell you what he saw? Because he'd been there, hadn't he? He saw the immediate aftermath. Did he tell you what the effect of that had been?
I don't remember John Crossland saying that, but of course I've heard from many people, including locals, what happened. So I have a picture of what happened. Where I got it from, the various people I got that from, I can't. Yeah,
that's fair enough. Did he or any of your sources give you an estimate in the tens of thousands of Albanians who were missing and displaced as a result of that?
I certainly heard a lot of figures. I knew that many people had left their homes and headed for the hills, and a number of our local staff, I think the majority, had been in that position and had fled into the hills.
Very well. And if we can go back to paragraph 15, so having had a picture of relative early successes between March and July, then the response came, and we can see in the KVM document, when the FRY authorities did attack, they rolled back the UCK with ease, exposing fundamental weaknesses in their training, equipment, and C, with a footnote 2 against it. Now, can you tell us what C is?
Yes. C2 is command and control.
Thank you. So this is him recording for the benefit of colleagues and incomers that there were fundamental weaknesses in command and control. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. In particular, the UCK attempts to hold ground with lightly armed infantry against a well-armed and organised opponent. Sorry, I put the emphasis in the wrong place again. In particular, the UCK attempts to hold ground with lightly armed infantry against a well-armed and organised opponent was doomed to fail. At the same time, the international media produced a series of consistent reports on the UCK that were less than flattering. While the enthusiasm and individual courage of UCK members was lauded, they often came across as a gaggle of armed bands that had little in common other than their claimed membership of the UCK. In particular, the lack of political affiliation, the apparent independence of local commanders, and the poor quality of their spokesmen did them few favours. Now, pausing there, we can see echoes of the observations that we looked at in closed session concerning Sean Burns in that passage. But my question for you is, this is the man who's filtering the information up within your organisation. This is the report as it stood during your time, at the beginning of your time period in Kosovo. At the end, of the very end, 28th of December of 1998. So on the, if you like, the eve of the 1999 events. Do you disagree with that assessment?
It wasn't the same position everywhere. I think things were more organized in some places than others. On reading that, I'm reminded of a day fairly early in my deployment where I accompanied a BBC journalist wishing to interview MUP and KLA. And I took him initially to the MUP, who were polite but refused interview. And I then took him to meet KLA. This was not by arrangement. There was no particular place for me to go, but I knew that KLA would be in a particular area, and he wanted some footage of KLA. And in fact, this was one of the checkpoints at which we were unable to pass, although they were very cooperative, agreed to appear in the footage, and so on. What I wanted to add to that is that the journalist, Ben Brown, was making a point to the checkpoint. I have a letter from Commander Drini, and this was not effective. Yeah. But they clearly knew who Commander Drini was. They were saying, well, it's above our pay grade and we'll need to speak to our next higher formation. Yeah. But he had been given this letter, and he clearly had already used it in other places, and so was my understanding, from Commander Drini in order to obtain access and cooperation from the KLA, although on that occasion it wasn't successful.
But just to put that in context, what was it that he was going to film? It was a direct negotiation meeting, was it not? That was the event that you were travelling towards, which you've mentioned in your witness statement, I think, yeah. Was an event involving high-level negotiations between KLA figures and others.
No, there's a slight confusion there. I had a subsequent conversation with another British officer, and I happened to mention this, and he said, "Oh, it might be because we had a meeting on that day."
We being?
We being KVM or perhaps more likely UK KDOM, yes, at a high level. But this was only supposition that there was a connection, and that's why we didn't get past that checkpoint, because on other occasions, later occasions, we did.
Yes.
But I wasn't taking the journalist to any specific event. He simply wanted footage. He was hopeful of an interview with the MUP. We didn't get it, but there was nothing specific on the KLA.
But just to be clear, in interpreting the fact that you were not allowed to get through on that occasion, you would have considered it relevant, presumably, if there was a high-level meeting between either KDOM or KVM at a senior level with senior people in the Kosovo Liberation Army, because presumably if people knew that senior officials in the KLA, senior officers in the KLA were in that region at that time, at that date, then it was vital to keep any strangers out because they would be easily targeted.
Yes, that would explain it. But it may, of course, be a complete coincidence that the officer I was speaking to was assuming that there was a likelihood of some connection.
Yes.
Nevertheless, on subsequent occasions, when I followed the same route, we had no difficulty.
Exactly. So he may or may not be right, but it would provide an explanation if he was.
Yes.
And he was certainly right that that was happening.
Yes.
Yes, exactly. Last passage, last quote, and then I'm finished. Can we turn, please, to, just bear with me a second, page 54 in the same document. Oh, I'm sorry, we're already on page 54, paragraph 16, which is at the bottom. So after examining on a not a hypothetical basis, but on a worst and best case scenario basis, what the KLA might be planning, if we can start at paragraph 16, and I wanted to ask you whether the KVM, whether the assessment of David Wilson, liaison officer, there's anything in this with which you would take issue. However, there is little evidence of the UCK significantly improving its ability to deal heavy blows to the FRY forces or modifying their approach in the light of lessons learned during the course of the year. It appears that they do indeed have a chaotic command structure. While there is now a core element of ex-professional soldiers, many do not have a military background. They appear to have retained their fascination for claiming and holding territory. Their organisation, in inverted commas, appears to work at 3 levels. And would you take that use of inverted commas by an English reporter to imply that it's not an organisation at all, or it calls itself an organisation, but really it's not worthy of the name?
Not by our standards, or indeed the standards of today's Kosovo.
Yes. Yes, it's saying organisation ironically, effectively, is what he's saying, in using the inverted commas.
Yes, I accept that.
Yeah. Their organisation appears to operate at 3 levels. Confusingly, they often have overlapping areas of operation, disagreement about pecking orders, shifting allegiances, and a glorious zest for independence and anarchy. Now, pecking orders, just for the sake of those who are not native English speakers, would mean disputes about who was in charge and who was more senior to whom. Is that right?
That's what the phrase means, yes.
Shifting allegiances is self-evident. It goes on, whilst this cocktail is highly confusing for the Western military mind, there is no evidence that it is deliberately designed to confuse. So this is Mr. Wilson saying, is it not, they're absolutely chaotic, but it's not put on, they really are.
They weren't absolutely chaotic.
I understand that, and I'm not asking you to say that they were, but that's what he is saying, isn't it? Or perhaps I've carried that word over. Let me put it exactly as it appears. The confusing nature of this cocktail, which he has described before, it is confusing if you view it from a Western military mind, but he's not suggesting that it has been put on to create an impression there was no, that these things were confusing. They actually were.
Objection as to asking the witness to interpret what this author means. He's just offered his own opinion differs.
Sustained, the words will have to stand for themselves.
Very well, I accept that. And then he goes on to talk about these 3 separate types of KLA fighter, and then I will sit down. First of all, clan and village defence units. These are ordinary Albanian civilians who are doing what their forebears have done for over 600 years. They do get some supplies, especially uniform and support from the UCK, but are usually left to their own devices and prefer it that way. Any request to speak to their leader is likely to result in an incomprehensible reply, which could be guileless or designed to confuse, probably for the amusement at the gullibility of outsiders. They are usually lightly armed with an assortment of rifles, with the occasional RPG, etc., thrown in for good measure. They're often highly individual, and their area of interest rarely extends beyond the boundaries of their land. These individuals are the most likely to appear in the wrong place at the wrong time, not because they wish to, but simply because of their independence and ignorance of the wider current ops picture. It's highly likely that individual verifiers who argue their corner persuasively could influence this level of the UCK, given their historical independence and insularity. Now, to outward appearances, you recognise that as the sort of modified village defence units that had then allied themselves with the KLA cause, and to outward appearances were wearing KLA uniforms. Do you recognise that as a category?
Yes, I understand Mr. Wilson's reference to history and that these people were doing what they always had done. But to me, they were members of the KLA. That was quite clear. And they did have the ability to mobilize when there was a threat. There would be people in certain permanent positions, certainly, but during what I described in my report as the Battle of Randa Brava, I noticed in another village the ability to very quickly mobilize some mostly scared and apprehensive-looking young men, clearly prepared to defend their people. And they weren't mobilizing in order to defend that village, they were mobilizing in order to move to Randa Brava and support their colleagues if required. It appeared to me that they were people who that morning wouldn't have been expecting to be doing that, but nevertheless they were in uniform, they were formed up in formation, ready to be marched off or given orders, and all had weapons. So there was a degree of organization. They weren't chaotic.
No, I understand your
Mr.
assessment.
Emerson, it's time for lunch.
I could finish in 5 minutes, but I'll sit down.
We have the translators.
Yes, of course.
So we will check out at this time for lunch. You'll be back in an hour and a half, and hopefully we will finish with your testimony yet today. Madam Usher will escort you out of the room. So we are adjourned until, till 2:30. Yes. I'm sorry.
Your Honour, just to update you, I think I'll review over the lunch break, but it's unlikely that I will have any questions.
Thank you all. We're adjourned till 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness back in. It says it's on.
It is now.
You still have the obligation to tell the truth. Mr. Emerson has a few more questions for you. And go ahead, Mr. Emerson.
Yes, I hope your screen is still on. Is it in front of you?
Yes, it is.
So we were looking at the first category that your colleague identified, and his description of the, if you like, local village units. And the last sentence, in very simplistic terms, these UCK could be compared to home defence units with teeth, experience and attitude. Now, I think you've already answered that these home defence units or these village-based defences could be deployed, at least in the zone you were responsible for. But did you find out, as you were talking to people in the area, that they'd usually grown out of what existed before the conflict and for many years before, namely, in those days, called village defences? So the village, the structure in Kosovo amongst the Albanian community was to have, and had been for a very long time, to have certain people in the village whose responsibility it was to keep watch and keep safe. That's something that you were aware of?
No, I didn't detect that sort of progression prior to my being there. I was never told by any locals that, for example, they had been village defenders for many years. No. And some people I met, I knew that they'd only recently come into the organisation. So it may be, as you say, but I cannot confirm it.
That's perfectly fair. Then the second group he describes is the local area militia. I mean, again, these seem to be his categories rather than official categories. But the local area militia, these are often remnants of the UCK that were heavily involved in the adventures of the summer. Formerly the core of the UCK, they have now been relegated to a secondary role, sometimes to the obvious dissatisfaction of their commanders. They are again relatively lightly armed, but mines and mortars do figure in their arsenals. Again, simplistically, these units could be compared to the Territorial Army. First of all, you obviously, having been in the UK territorial forces, you understand the analogy he's drawing. Is that something you recognise or you don't? This group, this, if you like, above village defence level, groups that were organised by area.
Yes, I can accept this analysis. I can't say I classified it like that, no. But I think that's a reasonable description. And there were people who I met, who I knew had been involved in the events of the summer of 1998, but were not in any way professional. Perhaps they were older people and were not, whilst they may have been very staunch fighters, they were not really capable of further development and operating as active infantry.
That's very helpful. And it's I think, unclear whether that is also a reference to the zones, whether in local areas a reference to the zones. But can I just ask you, are you aware that the Pastric zone didn't come into existence as such until almost the same time you arrived? The zones obviously having been created at different times.
Yes.
You were aware of that?
Yes, that's right. There was never any reference to the Pastric zone, that level of command, in accounts given to me of events during the summer.
Exactly. And therefore Drini was appointed or elected, I'm not drawing the distinction because I don't know exactly how that happened, but he became the zone commander of the Pastric zone at around the time that you were deployed as KVM.
Yes.
So then there's this category C, core units. These are the rising stars of the UCK, and it is highly irritating to be forced to confess a near complete ignorance of their activities. What follows in this subparagraph is pure speculation. The senior most command is almost certainly collective, and I'll come back to the footnote. Many of the operational commanders are ex-professional military, often former JNA, which is highly disciplined and responsive to the will of the people. Can we look at that footnote, which is on page 566 at the top, or page 14 at the bottom? Sorry? Yes, and at the top left it's given page 60, so it's just take your pick. So again, this is, if we look at footnote number 11, so this is a footnote to the sentence, as we've just seen, that says the senior most command is almost certainly collective. And the footnote at 11 says, while collective leadership may give the illusion of harmony and unity of purpose, it probably has much more to do with traditional Albanian abhorrence of subordination. Do you have anything to add to that? Do you agree with it? Do you disagree with it? Does it reflect your experience? Did you know about it within KVM?
I think it's consistent with some of my observations and my experience of Albanian people in general, perhaps slightly influenced by my subsequent service with the Kosovo Protection Corps, that people tended to refer to each other as individuals and as individual personalities, perhaps sometimes more than commander this or commander that, or, by appointment. So, it was different from what we would expect in our own armed forces, for example. It's David's analysis, but it's consistent with things that I saw.
Thank you. Could we now go very briefly into private session?
Private session for protection of the witnesses.
Your Honours, we're in public session.
Obviously, the senior professional soldiers who were seconded to or working for in the higher ranking positions in the KVM would have had, from their past background and experience, no doubt a thorough knowledge of the rules of armed conflict. Is that right?
Yes, and not just the professional officers.
That's exactly what I was going to ask. Is that something that you would have been trained in by the KVM, or you would have been recruited because you already were familiar?
I was already familiar, and the UK Foreign and Commonwealth Office, in its recruitment of staff for the KVM, was looking for people with either currently serving experience in the reserves,
Yes.
or indeed a number of recently retired, relatively senior officers, similar rank to me, or perhaps one above. And it's and we all had training in the laws of armed conflict. I'm not sure I remember what detail was given to us in the course of pre-KDOM training. It certainly was a large part of the background, and we knew that was something which was going to be applied.
And does that mean you knew within your work that it was something that you needed to be aware of, because you were not just looking at violations of the ceasefire, but also at potential violations of humanitarian law?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. So with that background, I'm assuming, this is not meant to be a test, but you understand what I mean by civilians who are directly participating in hostilities, is that right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And without going into the debates about when a civilian is and is not directly participating in hostilities, the key point there is that a civilian can become a combatant if they take up arms and fight with the enemy forces. Is that right?
Yes.
Objection. I believe we're venturing into his legal opinions and
No.
getting very close to what's in the province of this panel.
We are.
Well, that's not where I'm going, so we may be getting near it. But I'm not
Then go there.
Pardon?
Then go there.
Yeah, yes, I'm not intending to ask the witness's opinion. Were you trained to know in your as part of KVM's mission that I think you answered yes already while the objection was coming, but I'll come back to it and make sure it's on the record. Trained to know that in certain circumstances, a civilian who took up arms could legitimately be regarded as a combatant and treated as a legitimate target whilst they were taking up arms. Is that part of your knowledge?
It was certainly part of my knowledge. I can't tie that down to having been specifically briefed on that in the course of pre-KDOM training, but I was, of course, thoroughly aware of that. Perhaps I can add that I don't recall, well, it's worth saying that the KLA, whenever I observed KLA in a fighting situation, at all those times, they had clearly identifiable uniform. There was no question, from what I saw at those times, that they were members of an armed force and clearly declaring themselves to be members of an armed force.
Yes, I mean, there's obviously other evidence about uniforms and so forth, but with each of these questions, as I've just explained in answer to the objection, please don't express an opinion about whether a situation is or is not one side or the other of the line. But am I right in saying that your training included, or your knowledge at least, your practical knowledge when coming across an event that might be reportable as a violation of humanitarian law and therefore part of your mission, that you understood that the distinction between a civilian directly participating in hostilities and an enlisted soldier is that a civilian in those circumstances can only be targeted when they are actually participating in hostilities, however you define that, whereas a soldier can be targeted at any time. Is that right?
Yes.
An enlisted soldier in uniform can be targeted when they are in their barracks asleep.
Yes, as far as the law of armed conflict is concerned, of course, as we've already discussed, there were also the agreements in place.
Exactly.
Yes.
But subject to the law on hors de combat, that is people who are unable ever to participate because they're sick or they're in hospital or whatever, they're wounded. Otherwise, you can attack an enlisted, uniformed member of the armed forces at any time and target them for being killed. Correct?
If there is a state of conflict in being,
Yes,
yes.
exactly. And you were working at this point on the basis that there was a state of conflict in being. Is that right?
Objection.
Oh.
Again, these are legal opinions, and I don't think he's been qualified to answer this. He's told us his training as it relates to his mission. I think it's more of the same.
Sustained, and I mean, you said you had 5 more minutes, and we're now
Well,
at 20.
I-
Just a minute. We're now at 20, and we're talking about laws that we can look up ourselves.
Yes, no, I understand that, but it's the context in which the questions that I wanted to follow, this witness's knowledge as part of his reporting obligations. Because one of the incidents, obviously, you investigated was in relation to the abduction of Mr. Thaçi, Ima Thaçi. And I just want to check a number of things with you, if I may. First of all, in the investigation that you did, you established that he was an enlisted officer in the MUP. Is that correct?
He was an enlisted officer working in that ministry. His role, I understood from the beginning, was to do with documents.
Yes, but as you know, as an enlisted uniformed member of the armed forces, it doesn't matter whether somebody is a cook or directing traffic if it builds the capacity of the armed force to conduct operations, correct?
I don't know one way or the other whether he was wearing uniform at the time he was detained.
Very well. But would you accept that in that investigation, because we're not talking about targeting somebody, in fact, we're talking about arresting or detaining somebody, would you accept that because there were active MUP military operations taking place at the time, that it would be legitimate to detain a person who was a member of the MUP?
Objection, the conclusion of whether that action was legitimate or not.
Well, with respect, this witness investigated the matter. That's not an ultimate issue in the case. There's absolutely no reason why he cannot explain the approach that he was adopting.
Other than that, it's probably irrelevant, but go ahead.
Very well. I mean, if the witness is able to shed light on whether this is an arbitrary detention, how is that irrelevant with respect?
Just ask the questions.
So could you repeat it,
Yes,
please?
so the question is, we know, is it correct, that there were MUP military operations taking place in Kosovo, close to the border, and indeed immediately adjacent to the area where you conducted the investigation, both before and immediately after the day that you conducted those inquiries, in which the MUP were using firepower in order to attack the KLA?
I do find the question difficult.
Very well.
This was a man going to work.
Yes, we're not talking about the morality of it in this. I'm asking you about the MUP operations. I mean, though people were going to work as well from somewhere, the question is there were MUP soldiers fighting in the area against KLA, both before and immediately after, weren't there?
Which operations are you referring to?
Let's look at your witness statement, probably is the best place to start.
Perhaps we're talking about the Battle of Randa Brava.
Well, Let's start with your witness statement at that's P392 at paragraph 92. So this is all referring to, I think, the 9th of March. It was the 9th, was it, that you were conducting those inquiries? Yes.
Yes.
So 92, there were various efforts ongoing around this time to try to locate Mr. Thaçi. While I personally remained very concerned about his welfare and safety, in the following days, I was heavily involved in responding to other events on the ground, while CC1 liaison with RC1 was being dealt with mainly by the CC1 director, Mr. Bourdais. And then this, for example, on the morning of the 10th of March, that's the day after you were looking into this, following our late night meeting in Thaçi, I deployed to an incident where a MUP M80 armoured personnel carrier was firing from the vicinity of Hotel California near the Malyshevo-Lapushnik Road. It was automatic fire towards KLA positions and a lower detached part of Trapeza village where I saw rounds striking houses. And I think you go on to say that there may have been an initial negligent weapons discharge. And then further down, the KLA did not return fire during the incident, although after it was resolved, one round was fired from the KLA positions along the Malyshevo-Lapushnik Road at an MUP vehicle returning to the White House. So that's the day after, in the very vicinity that you were conducting the investigation, correct?
Yes.
So I think we can all agree that's an armed engagement between two sides.
If the version of events by the MUP was correct, their claim, which I doubted, was that one of their personnel had been wounded by a shot fired from the direction of Lower Trapeza. Now, if that's correct, they would have been entitled to an extent to return fire, although actually it was excessive.
Yes, I'm not here to inviting you to judge who was in the right or who was in the wrong about this incident at all. The point is, there was fighting going on between the MUP and the KLA in the very vicinity where you were investigating on the very next day. Am I right?
It wasn't actually fighting. What I saw was the MUP, irresponsibly, in my view, firing towards a village where I saw no evidence of KLA activity, although we had another patrol down there. They may have more information than me. But
you say it was towards KLA positions in your statement. I will.
Yeah.
No, I will. It is rather important, though, in the context of the
Just
issues.
go on and get to it.
You did say, didn't you, that you thought they were firing towards KLA positions?
It certainly was KLA territory, put it that way.
And without, as I say, going any further into the rights and wrongs, we can agree that this KLA fired back, and that makes it an armed engagement, doesn't it?
The KLA did not fire. I saw no evidence of the KLA firing back towards the armoured vehicle which was firing. It was only on the road back down into Malyshevo, some distance away, that this one round was fired. But it wasn't an armed engagement, one against another. It was, if you like, a separate incident some time later.
Right. Yeah. But you would recognise, wouldn't you, that the KLA would therefore treat the MUP as a present danger?
Objection again as to what the KLA would, how they would view the forces of the MUP in that area.
Okay.
Speculation.
You accept,
Sustained.
you would accept, would you not, that in fact the MUP presented a present danger towards KLA forces?
when the shot was fired, the MUP, it was the commander, local commander in his vehicle, was following my vehicle back into Malyshevo. He wasn't heading towards any KLA territory. He was on what we regarded as the main road and keeping to the road.
When, from the hotel, the MUP fired on KLA positions, you would accept they represented a present danger.
Objection asked and answered.
No, it's not. That wasn't the question that the witness answered.
You may answer the question, yes or no.
Not a present danger, was separated in time.
I think maybe I'm confusing you. I'm not talking about when the KLA fired on the vehicle driving. I'm talking about when, as you say in your statement, the MUP fired automatic weapons at KLA positions. Surely firing an automatic weapon at a KLA position is present danger.
Yes, absolutely. At that time, it was a present danger.
Thank you. Can we then turn to Exhibit P403, please? And can we look, please, just look at the, well, it's a bit difficult to describe, the paragraph that begins with the word attempts. So if we can just blow that up a bit. This is your report, I think, isn't it, from the investigation? It's the report you filed, I think it was filed by your director, George Bordet, but it relates to your investigation on the 9th.
Yes.
Yeah. And here we are looking at a section which is a summary of your meeting with the person you think was Mr. Lima, you told us earlier on. Can we just look at that? Attempts to have a personal visit with a legally detained ethnic Albanian MUP policeman, Jafiki, taken from his home in Pirana on the 9th of March, continued without success. Confirmation was received at 3 o'clock that the KLA High Command had acknowledged that they had him in custody, would continue to treat him in accordance with the Geneva Conventions, and intended to release him as soon as VJ and MUP operations in the border area ceased. Do you have any evidence that that isn't correct? In other words, do you have any evidence that he was treated in breach of the Geneva Conventions? Any evidence at all?
No, as far as I was concerned, I'd been assured by the man who I saw that he would be treated in accordance with the Geneva Convention, although even then I had great concern.
I understand, but you had concerns, but nothing has emerged then or since then, in evidential terms, to indicate to you or to KVM that this man was treated in any way in breach of the Geneva Conventions or ill-treated at all. Is that right?
I have been told he was mistreated, but I have no evidence of that.
Well, who told you that?
When I was subsequently in Kosovo, I made some inquiries myself. Has anyone heard what happened about this? And I cannot say, I do not know exactly where I got the information, but I've also since read accounts, I suppose, based on ICTY trials. And my understanding, and this is not evidence, my understanding at third hand is that the man was indeed mistreated and was killed.
We'll obviously wait to see if any evidence to that effect is produced, but you're not able to identify any source for that.
No.
Your time is up, Mr.
Yes.
Emerson.
Thank you.
Mr. Ellis.
Your Honour, we adopt what's gone before.
Redirect.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. If we can just pull that document that Mr. Emerson was just using back up, that's P403. And in that same paragraph, Mr. Young, that you were just being asked about where this man was being held, you had started to say in response to Mr. Emerson's question that you still maintain concerns even with the assurances that you had received. Can you please look at the very next sentence after where Mr. Emerson stopped reading, where it says, in view of previous KLA treatment of prisoners after they're giving similar guarantees, i.e. 1 dead and 1 beaten prisoner, the need for OSCE to have personal encounter with the detainee was reiterated. This should be pursued vigorously by KVM HQ. Does that relate to the concerns that you had just mentioned a moment ago?
It relates to the what happened to the Savlich brothers. I don't think we've mentioned.
All right, well, I just like, in an interest of time,
Yeah.
I'm just asking if this is in the same report about the same man, and I'm just asking you if it's consistent that your concerns were about the treatment of detainees after having been given assurances by the KLA that they would be properly treated.
Yes, that's right.
All right, you were asked questions by Mr. Roberts about your description of the meeting that you had either at or near Ronda Brava, and specifically your previous statements about who was present. He asked you questions about, in your ICTY statement, that's P407, that you said that in addition to General Maisonneuve and Commander Drini, that George Bourdet was there, but he put the question to you that you hadn't said in your SPO statement that Mr. Bourdet was there. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd ask the court to bring up P392 at paragraph 63 to 64, which is on page 17 of the PDF. All right, and I'll note that you did accept when Mr. Roberts asked you that I think you said you apologized if you had left it out. But if you look there at paragraph 63 and 64, talking about that meeting and when you arrived near Ronda Brava, at the bottom of paragraph 64, in addition to General Maisonneuve and Commander Drini, it says right there that Bourdet also arrived from Rehovec. Do you see that?
Yes, I do, and that was correct.
You were also asked a series of questions by Mr. Roberts about the place or location that you encountered 10. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
All right. In response to those questions, you were asked about whether or not a reference to 10 appeared in that statement, which was, it's not a statement actually, let me correct myself, in the report that was taken down by that Canadian officer, which is P406. You indicated that that was not your report. I'd like to, or not your statement, rather, it was a report of someone else taking down information from you and others. I'd like to focus you on P407, which is a statement that you drafted in September of 2000 for the ICTY. And I'd ask if we could pull that up to page 3. Do you see there at the top of the page, on page 3, Mr. Young, where you affix a location to where you met this person that your colleague recognized as 10 in one statement, and in this statement as a high-level representative of 10?
Yes.
And what's the location where you said you met?
I think now, after considering these questions, I would be wrong to be absolutely certain of where 10 was mentioned. What I am certain of was that 10 was mentioned. And regarding a gentleman wearing civilian clothes and spectacles, the man we met in Reti was wearing spectacles, and there was a different man wearing spectacles at Turpeza, who seemed a very civilized gentleman, gave me the impression of being used to dealing with internationals, although I don't recall that we spoke English at all, but he seemed quite a confident, I would have said, somebody from civilian leadership of some level.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. Is it fair to say, as you look back over these documents, both when you've been questioned in court and also when you had a chance to read them this past week, that both your ICTY statement and your SPO statement recall the narrative about the Jafici abduction and your involvement in trying to secure him chronologically, and you talk about one meeting that happens after the next meeting in general terms?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to go to, do you recall questions that you were asked by Mr. Roberts about your meeting, your second meeting in Turpeza, where you described, both in your statement, which is P392, also in P407, and in court in the last 2 days, you've talked quite a bit about your meeting, your second meeting at Turpeza, with the person that you understood to be Fatmir Limai, also known as Chelik. And you were asked questions about what your basis for your understanding that Fatmir Limai Chelik was the person that you were meeting with. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
All right, and I believe in response to those questions at varying points, so I just want to collect them since it was interspersed. The question was put to you that the basis was only your colleagues telling you that this was this person, but I believe that you also said that you recognized this person from both your colleague and the opinion or what was being told to you by interpreters that were very experienced and had met with other people. Is that right?
Yes.
And it was also based on the fact that you had seen photographs of Fatmir Limai and the person, again, without making an identification, is I think what you said, but that this person's appearance was consistent with a person whose photograph you'd seen and that you knew to be Fatmir Limai, this person who appeared in front of you in a face-to-face conversation, his appearance was consistent with those photographs.
Yes.
You also made mention earlier today to Mr. Roberts' question that his actions, or that the person that appeared in front of you was also consistent with the description that you had received of him. And again, I don't want to tread over ground that's already been tread, but to be clear, are you talking about the demeanor and the affect of the person that appeared in front of you being consistent with what you had heard about who Fatmir Limai was? Or can you explain that?
Yes, I think demeanor is the right word. The KLA officer who we met was acting in a particular fairly abrasive way or stubborn way. He was not cooperating with our demands or our opinions in the way which very often KLA would, and they would seek to reach agreement with us or reassure us in some way, whereas this gentleman's attitude was not reassuring and was questioning. He directly questioned whether, in fact, we had any locus in the matter at all.
Well, I actually want to get to that. If we can pull up P392, page 22, paragraph 83. You could just take a minute to look at that paragraph. I'm not going to read it out to you, and then I'll have some questions for you. All right, so you describe in there that you had a conversation with the person that you knew as Fatmir Limai Celik, and that you were advocating to see the condition of this detainee, to actually physically put your eyes on him, right?
Yes,
And that, again, in this statement, which is in evidence, that Mr. Limai was actually objecting, and as you just put it, I think, was telling you that your entity, that the KVM, was not actually even necessarily entitled to make such demands.
that's correct.
And it says here in your statement that he was articulating to you that this was more properly a matter for the Red Cross. Did you understand that as a reference to the International Committee of the Red Cross?
Yes,
And that that's actually the entity that's referred to and understood in the Geneva Conventions to be the entity that is the sort of first and leading entity to check on the status of detainees?
yes.
In your experience from your work in Kosovo and with the KVM, was it common for you to be having conversations with local people or low-level soldiers about their understanding of who had access to detained prisoners, or who was properly the authority under the Geneva Conventions?
Not in these exact circumstances. I do recall advising locals who approached us about missing people. And I'm speaking about people who were missing since the original offensive in the summer, not during our period. And I recall advising them to contact the ICRC direct, and on occasion we assisted with that. And I recall dealing with a department in our regional headquarters about missing people and liaison with the ICRC.
I understand that. That's not exactly my question. I understand that you're advising local people when they're seeking a relative or someone, and that the sort of NGO or the entity that they would go best look for would be the ICRC. But I'm talking about someone who's representing them on behalf of a military organization and is explaining to you why you don't have status, and how it's really actually a different organization under the Geneva Conventions, and that you really don't have authority here. How common was it for you to have a conversation like that?
I don't recall any other conversation like that, certainly none in which that line was taken by the person I was speaking to.
Would you describe this as someone who had, again, since it's not a common thing, would you describe it as someone who had maybe a more detailed knowledge either of the law or of military responsibilities?
Your Honour, before that is answered, can I just register an objection to the leading manner of the questions that are now being put? Redirect is not an opportunity to lead the witness.
I'll be more mindful of my question. I will absolutely,
Sustained.
I'm doing
Go
it in an
ahead.
effort to be speedy, but I will be more mindful. The last one I don't think was leading, though. I was just asking. I'll read it back. Let's see.
I believe you sustained the objection, Judge. Yeah. So now I'd ask that she not read it back.
I'm reading it back to exactly, Your Honor. I'm reading it back to myself to see if I can make sure I ask a non-leading question on the same topic. How would you describe the sort of level of knowledge of the person that you were, the person, again, that you've already identified as Fatmir Limai on this topic when he was speaking to you about the Geneva Conventions and the role of the ICRC versus the role of the KVM?
Nothing was quoted from the conventions, but the gentleman was speaking, as my statement says, in an articulate manner and a very confident manner, that it wasn't something that he was prepared to debate. He was stating this as a fact.
And to be clear, I think when you were having this conversation with Fatmir Limai, and he was, as you just said, pushing back, and had you ever spoken to him before, or was this your very first conversation?
I'd never spoken to him before.
I have no additional questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Judge Mitro has some questions.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, sir. I have a few questions about your meeting with the individual nicknamed Selik, whom you understood to be Fatmir Limai, and about Mr. Imer Jafitsi. The first question I have for you is, did you at the time have any information that Mr. Jafitsi had been involved in active hostilities?
No, I'd never received any information like that.
And I think in your statement, P407, you had indicated an understanding that he was a civil servant who had had no involvement in hostilities. Do you stand by that understanding, or have you come across information that would change that opinion?
That is still my understanding. The only thing I would add to that, sir, is that I surmised that the MUP entry into Randa Brava might have been linked by the KLA to Mr. Jafitsi living in the area, that there may have been a supposition that, he complained that he had seen an Albanian flag in the area, and it was because of his reporting about the area that he lived in that had indirectly led to the action by the MUP. But that was supposition on my part, no more than that.
Now, just to be clear, how did you first learn or come to learn about the detention of Mr. Jafitsi? Do you remember who was the first person to report that matter to you?
The first information to me was over my radio from CC1 headquarters when I was sitting in a meeting at Velika Kruša.
And do you recall who would have been the source of that information?
The source to me was either our operations officer or, no, I don't recall who was speaking. It was, as far as I was concerned, it was a message from my CC headquarters.
And the suggestion that you have discussed with counsel on a number of occasions that Mr. Jafitsi had been arrested, abducted by a KLA commando from the general staff. Do you recall where that information had come to you? Where from?
Well, the first information was simply that he had been abducted. I think it was assumed that if he had been abducted, it would have been by somebody on the Albanian side. But there was no information at that stage as to on whose behalf, other than it being the Albanian side in general.
And are you able to say where the subsequent information that we've seen a moment ago, that it was a KLA commando of the general staff who was alleged to have kidnapped him, came from?
Well, that particular phrase, Your Honor, is from a report I've only just seen in the course of this testimony. I'm not sure about the word commando, but general staff certainly was referred to later in the day. It wasn't stated to me at the time I first, if you like, proved to my satisfaction that somebody connected with the KLA was involved. It was simply KLA involvement and not general staff involvement at that stage.
Now, you meet with an individual, Celik, who you believe to be Mr. Limai. How did you come across him? How did he become relevant to your inquiry?
When we went as arranged to the rendezvous point in Topeza, he was the person that came to us when we got out of our vehicle. He was clearly waiting for us, and he was the person who had been appointed or had appointed himself to speak to us.
And I understood you to have asked that Mr. Jafici be released, and if not, that you get access to him, which I understand him to have refused, correct?
Correct.
And did he make it clear to you at the time that Mr. Jafici was detained by the KLA? Did you leave with any doubt that he was in fact under KLA custody at the time?
It was clear that he was accepted by the man that I was speaking to. It was not in any way disputed that he was in KLA hands. That was the entire background to the conversation. That was at no time questioned.
And if I understand correctly, that individual told you that the detainee, Mr. Jafici, was safe and would be treated in accordance with the Geneva Convention. Did he tell you how you would know about this?
I'm not certain that the word safe was used in that particular conversation. I know it appeared at another time in the day that the man is safe. I certainly had the impression that the man would, at minimum, be questioned in perhaps not a gentle manner. But I suppose I was being told he would not be killed. But, and in fact, the implication was that he would ultimately be safe. The objection to our having access was that our seeing him would give him hope. So the objective, it appeared, was to maintain fear and the shock of capture in the man so that he would cooperate with questioning.
And that, I suppose, this indication contributed to your understanding that the man you were talking to had custody personally or with others of that individual. Is that fair?
Yes, it was very clear that the detained man, Mr. Jafici, was in the custody either of this man or somebody close to him in communication with him and acting with him.
And you said earlier today that you had, and I quote, security concerns about Mr. Jafici. I think you have explained why, but I want to be certain that I understand why did you have these concerns at the time?
And I'm sure my colleagues had very real concerns as to what would happen to Mr. Jafici, partly increased by the attitude of the person we understood to be Celik. For example, we could have been reassured as to what was going to happen. Yes, we'll let him go tomorrow. And I had a similar incident like that with the MUP and was quite happy when being assured, yes, he will be, or there were two people, they will be released safely tomorrow. There was nothing like that. So I was concerned partly by the attitude and partly by the actual words and the reference to giving the prisoner hope. So when we left, I think we hoped that efforts would continue, of course, but we were genuinely concerned as to the immediate future of the detained man.
And to your knowledge, again, I think you have answered, but to your knowledge, was this individual, Imer Thaçi, ever released from KLA detention?
I understand he was not.
Thank you, sir.
Judge Gaynor?
Thank you, Judge Smith. I just want you to clear up one point also arising from that meeting you've been describing of the 9th of March 1999 with the man you believe to be Fatmir Limay. Yesterday, and for everyone else, this was at pages 131 to 132 of the transcript, you were asked by the prosecution, on whose authority did you understand Fatmir Limay to be speaking to you when you were speaking to him on 9th March about the Thaçi abduction? Your answer was this: Fatmir Limay's indication to me was that he was speaking on behalf of the General Staff. There was no suggestion that he was some different level. He was speaking to me, that's how I took it, speaking to me on behalf of the General Staff, in whose hands he was telling me the detained man was under their authority. Do you recall giving that answer?
Yes, Your Honour.
Now, there was a preparation note of your pre-testimony meeting with the SPO. In that note, this is paragraph 17 of P408. According to that note, it says, you understood him, that being Fatmir Limay, to be speaking on behalf of the General Staff. So you remember discussing that with the prosecution?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'd like you to clarify, what exactly is it that Limay, or the man you understood to be Limay, said to you, or what are the other facts exactly that led you to believe that Limay was speaking on behalf of the General Staff?
Your Honour, Mr. Limay himself, if I correctly understood the interpretation to me, Mr. Limay himself said that he was speaking on behalf of the General Staff, or first of all, that the man was under the control of the General Staff, and secondly, that Mr. Limay was in a position of direct knowledge of that. So that, putting that together, I understood him to be speaking on behalf of the General Staff, or to be representing himself as speaking on behalf of the General Staff.
Did you have any indication from him that he had recently been in contact with the General Staff? Limay, I'm talking about.
No, nothing specific like that was said, Your Honour.
Very well. Those are the only questions. Thank you very much indeed.
Judge Barto?
Thank you very much, Judge Smith. Good afternoon, Mr. Young.
Good afternoon, Your Honour.
Good afternoon. I also have two or perhaps three questions for you. Earlier today, I think it was during your cross-examination by Mr. Roberts from the Salimi defense, you said the following when asked about the meeting you had with the person you understood to be Mr. Limay or Celik. And for the record, I'm reading from today's live transcript, page 30, line 20 to page 31, line 3. Question, you never had any doubt as to who you were told you had met. Is that a fair assessment of what you mean? And your answer was, according to the transcript, I think it goes slightly further than that because I already had knowledge of the type of operation which the gentleman had been involved with before. So it wasn't simply a case of being told a name. It was partly that the name fitted with my previous knowledge. And also his appearance was consistent with a previous photograph which I'd seen, but I stress this is not me making photographic identification. End of quote. My question, Mr. Young, is the following. What did you mean when you said you already knew the type of operation of the gentleman, or the gentleman had been involved in before. Can you explain that to the panel, please?
Your Honour, I had no detailed knowledge of Mr. Limai's history, but I already understood him to be somebody who was, and I don't mean this in a pejorative sense, but was dangerous, that somebody to be careful of. It's not a criticism, I'm just saying as a fact. I understood this was a gentleman who operated in a certain secret way and was probably not somebody who had regular cooperative contact with KVM, for example. But I have absolutely, or I have no detailed information as to his past history. His name had come up a number of times. I mentioned in my statement the Albanian gentleman who read to me an excerpt from an Albanian language newspaper. I don't know what his motives were, and of course I didn't translate the article myself, but I remembered then, or I remember thinking then that this was somebody to be careful of, and somebody who had perhaps been involved in previous disappearances. I was acutely conscious of the disappearances of both of people from both ethnicities from the conflict in 1998, and I had the impression that Mr. Limai had some involvement in those. His name had come up also in subsequent briefings, but at no time did I have a detailed account of events that he was involved in, and I never read anything like an incident report, a detailed incident report mentioning him. But I had enough knowledge or belief, information in my mind from whatever source that told me this was somebody to be particularly careful of. Otherwise, perhaps I would have attempted to continue the meeting at Topeza and take a stronger line, as I indeed had done with other personalities in Kosovo on other occasions.
Thank you. I think that's clear. And as regards the photograph of that person, by the way, was it just one photograph, or did you see more than one photograph?
Only one photograph, Your Honour.
Can you remember where and when you saw the photograph before? Was it weeks or days or maybe months before?
Weeks.
And finally, can you give us more details about that photograph? For example, how the person looked in the photo, or whether he was wearing a uniform, or whether he was alone in the photo or together with other people?
It was together with other people, Your Honour. I have emphasised, and I emphasise again, as clearly Your Honour understands, that I'm not making an identification purely to say the appearance was consistent, and indeed consistent with subsequent photographs that I have seen of the same gentleman.
And can you remember, was he wearing a uniform on that photograph or in that photograph?
I don't. I've thought about that. I'm not sure with the lapse of time. I suspect he was, but I can't testify to that.
Thank you. Those were my questions.
Anything to follow up on the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Mr. Misitich?
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be brief. Witness, let me just follow on with what Judge Bartha asked you. You are using the word that the picture you saw of Mr. Limai was consistent with the person you saw. Can you explain to us what you mean by consistent? What was consistent?
the age and the fact there wasn't anything noticeably different about the appearance. I have emphasized the limits of that understanding, but I knew I had seen a photograph, and having met this particular gentleman and then being told that that was Mr. Limai, I had no difficulty in accepting that. Whereas if the appearance had been noticeably different, I would have questioned that.
Were you ever told by your colleagues or anyone else that there were multiple people in the KLA in that general region that were using the name Chelik?
No, I was never told that. It may be so, I was never told that.
Okay. Have you ever been shown any other pictures of people who may have been using the name Chelik in that general area?
No, perhaps I should add that when the name Chelik had been mentioned to me before, it was always combined with the name Fatmir Limai, so that there was nothing to indicate to me there were other persons. There may well have been, but that was never mentioned. The nickname and the personal name were always, in my, to my knowledge, combined.
Okay. Let me ask you a question that the Honorable Judge Matreau asked you about this reference to a commando unit of the General Staff. If I were to put to you that it was the OSCE on the 9th of March that reported that there was a police unit controlled by the General Staff that was involved, and that this was reported to the OSCE by Commander Drini, would that be during a meeting where you were present? Or do you know if Commander Drini was having other meetings with OSCE people on that day about this incident?
I don't have direct knowledge of other meetings. I'm sure there would have been more than one contact between OSCE and Commander Drini during that day, which did not involve me.
Okay. If we could go into private session for just 1 minute, Mr. President.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Thank you. Madam Court Officer, if I could have on the screen KSC BC 2020-06-0U007-9618 -U007-9620 ET Red 2. The third page, sorry.
That's Exhibit P 406.
I'm sorry, witness, I am now being told that the portion of this document that I wanted is not attached to this. So I'm. It's there in the Albanian, I'm told, but not in the English, so that's not going to help us. But there is a statement by the wife of Mr. Thaçi that's at, what's, for the record, is that the page? It's at page U0079620 for the record, and I'll just read it out to you. This is a report that she made, and she says on that page, she's asked, can you describe these three persons? And she says, I noticed the three persons had green clothes, but I didn't see anything else. So I'm going to ask you, do you recall who it was that told the OSCE that these persons were wearing black clothes rather than green clothes?
No, I don't.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my
Thank
re-examination.
you, Mr. Emerson. Nothing. Mr. Roberts?
Just one very simple question, Your Honour. Witness, I think it was put to you that, or you had clarified that the person you identified as Celik had told you that he was speaking on behalf of the General Staff. This was the answer I believe you gave to the prosecution and also to Judge Gaynor. But my understanding in your preparation notice, you said that you understood that to be the case. Either way, whatever your evidence is, and I just want to be clear, you have no independent assessment or evidence as to whether he was indeed speaking on behalf of the General Staff at all, do you?
No, and he never said in so many words, I am speaking on behalf of the General Staff.
Yes. It was your understanding, it was your deduction.
Deduction from other things that he said, yes.
Yes, but either way, you have no independent knowledge as to whether that's the case.
I do not.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ellis?
Nothing, thank you, Your Honour.
Witness, you are finished with your testimony. We thank you for being with us and sharing your information with us. You will be excused now, and we wish you well. The usher will escort you out.
Thank you, Your Honours.
Mr. President, I have one housekeeping matter to raise.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we move into private session just for a moment?
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Thank you. I just remind you all to be back here on the 25th, on Monday. That's a three-session week, and then we'll go on from there. Thank you all for being here with us. We're adjourned until Monday, the 25th.
All rise.